Did you observe Folsom Reservoir in February 2014?
I did.
And does this slide accurately depict the state of the reservoir at that time?
It does.
And to the best of your knowledge, what emergency measures were considered to deliver water from Folsom Reservoir to the city in 2014 and 2015?
As Mr. Yasutake said, we were in collaboration with Reclamation on developing the 100 CFS pump station that was floating out in Folsom. With one additional variable, Mr. Yasutake pointed out that a 30 CFS pump station to serve Folsom was ultimately built and constructed. What was envisioned for San Juan and Roseville was one of two options: either the construction of emergency pumping facilities at the Folsom Dam tail race, or service off the existing emergency pump off Penstock number 1.
And how does the supply that those facilities could have provided to the city compare with your contracts?
I think for reference, it would be somewhere in the order of about half.
Okay, thank you. Could we move to slide 14, please? What water supplies does the city have in addition to its surface water supplies?
As I mentioned, both groundwater and recycled water, which are used in predominantly the western portion of the city, and this picture is shown in pink.
And why are those supplies predominantly used in the western portion of the city?
For two different reasons. On the groundwater side, this is the only portion of the city where it's underlain by an aquifer system where we can withdraw groundwater. What happens is to the east of that pink area in this diagram, the Merton Formation daylights, and we encounter hard rock in that portion of the city. However, on the western part of the Merton Formation, it's a rich aquifer system. So groundwater is by nature limited to that area from a production sense. It's also difficult to then pump groundwater back uphill. We've got a topographical topographical elevation change of about 500 feet from the west to the east of the city. So that makes it very difficult to move groundwater to the east. So that's groundwater. So on recycled water, similarly, our wastewater treatment plants in Roseville, there's 2 of them. They're both located down gradient of the city in the western half of the city. By extension, the cost and expense of extending recycled water systems by its very nature limits the extent to which we can supply recycled water across the city.
Okay, thank you. What sort of groundwater storage program does the city have?
The city, approximately 10 years ago, engaged in an aquifer storage and recovery facility system. We went through the process of building, demonstrating, and eventually permitting an ASR program for the city. Our program now includes 6 ASR wells. At some point in the future, we will be expanding that by another 10 ASR wells. The theme, or the premise there is that as surplus surface waters become available from time to time, we would treat that water supply and then inject it underground for later use, not upsetting the sustainable balance of the underlying groundwater basin.
How dependent is the city's groundwater storage program on its surface water supplies?
It's absolutely dependent. It's the surface water supplies are our source of supply.
And how dependent is the city's recycled water program on its surface water supplies?
Because we do use groundwater in some part, it's almost not as dependent, 100% dependent, but it's fair to say it's entirely dependent for discussion purposes on surface water supplies.
Okay. Could we move to slide 15, please? And what is it about the California WaterFix proposal that causes you to believe that it could negatively impact the city's water supplies?
Well, as has been pointed out, our expert has previously testified, and our experts will testify in the future, that there's certainly enough uncertainty about this project to cause some concerns. And as a manager, I would look at it from the standpoint of how do you communicate this to the public and make it in terms of a meaningful dialogue. So I think the fact that there's a disagreement as to how the project will perform, there certainly is no understanding of who benefits from the project, and most importantly, who's going to pay for it, represents a great deal of uncertainty for my agency.
Thank you. If we could move to the next slide, and Ms. Lawrence. Ms. Lawrence, could you please state your name for the record?
Shauna Lawrence.
And have you taken the oath in this hearing?
Yes, I have.
Is Exhibit SJWD1 your testimony in this hearing?
Yes, it is.
Is SJWD2 a correct statement of your qualifications?
Yes, it is.
Are exhibits SJWD3 through SJWD14 referenced in your testimony?
Yes.
Are you relying on Folsom and Roseville exhibits as explained in your testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Durkin, could you please state your name for the record?
Keith Durkin.
Have you taken the oath in this hearing?
Yes, I have.
Is exhibit SJWD15 your testimony in this hearing?
Yes, it is.
Is exhibit SJWD16 a correct statement of your qualifications?
Yes, it is.
Ms. Lawrence, what is your position with San Juan Water District?
General manager.
What are your responsibilities in that position?
My responsibilities is for water supply. Is that me? Is providing water supply on a wholesale basis to Citrus Heights, Fair Oaks, Orangevale, City of Folsom, north of the American River, and our San Juan retail service area. It's also to oversee the delivery of water to our entire retail area.
If you combine San Juan Water District's wholesale and retail services, to approximately how many people does San Juan provide a water supply?
Approximately 160,000.
Thank you. Could we move to slide 17, please? And Ms. Lawrence, what is the basis for San Juan's water supplies?
San Juan Water District has a 1853, obviously pre-1914 water right for 33,000 acre feet, of which we've maintained the water right and have a settlement with the Bureau to deliver it to us without shortage on an annual basis. Do you want me to go through the other ones too?
Yes, please.
Okay, and then we have a 24,200 acre foot service contract under the Central Valley Project with the Bureau of Reclamation. And we also have a 25,000 acre feet contract for delivery from PCWA, of which 4,000 of that has been reallocated to the City of Folsom, as you heard from Mr. Plecker. To Roseville, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Can we move to slide 18, please? And I believe you stated this, but what is the amount of San Juan Water District's settlement contract with the United States?
It's for 33,000 acre feet delivered to San Juan without shortage.
Okay. Can we move to a slide? And when you say shortage, do you mean dry year shortage?
Correct. There is no, I can't think of the right word, there's no term that would allow it to be reduced.
Okay, thank you. Can we move to the next slide, please? Slide 19. I think you explained this previously, but the district also has a CVP long-term water service contract, correct?
Correct.
And a contract with Placer County Water Agency for surface water deliveries.
Correct, as I explained previously.
And how physically does the district obtain its water supplies?
This has been described by the other two witnesses previously. We get it from the M&I intake. It's our sole supply location of which to get water from the Folsom Reservoir, and we are 100% reliant on surface water at San Juan Water District. So I won't repeat all of their discussions, but effectively it's the same intake.
Thank you. If we could move to slide 20, please. Did you observe Folsom Reservoir in 2015?
Yes, I did.
And do these pictures accurately depict the condition of the reservoir in times in 2015?
Yes.
How were you involved with the management of Folsom Reservoir during 2015?
I was working with the Bureau on weekly, if not daily, in order to figure out the best way to keep the reservoir at a level that would allow us to continue to get water through the intake.
And what water supply risks to San Juan Water District did management of Folsom Reservoir create in 2015?
It created a significant risk of the lake dropping below the level at which we could still obtain adequate water supply for health and safety for our customers on surface water. Luckily, we got a storm that year, and we ended up being okay in that year, but there was a very serious concern related to our ability to meet health and safety water demands for our customers.
And you heard Mr. Plecker explain how Reclamation discussed providing emergency supplies in 2015 to Roseville and San Juan, correct?
Correct.
And to the best of your knowledge, was that an accurate description?
Yes.
how would those emergency supplies have compared to San Juan's contracts?
With the amount that they were intending, and you divided it between San Juan and Folsom on our side, it would have been significantly below our water right, let alone below all of our other contracts also.
And you said that that supply would have been divided between San Juan and Folsom, but on that side of the river would have been San Juan and Roseville, correct?
Sorry, I keep saying Folsom instead of Roseville. It's because he's sitting right next to me. San Juan and Roseville, correct.
Okay, thank
Thank
you
you.
very much. And that completes our direct examination.
Thank you, Mr. Mazzara. Mr. Kelly?
Yes, thank you, Chair Dudek. Mr. Longo, if we could pull up PCWA 071, please.
Could I go back to the Folsom 3? I'm sorry, but you had a new version of Folsom 3. It looks like you just added page numbers. Was that?
Yeah, the two edits from the original Folsom 3 to this, which is Folsom 3E, are, yes, we added page numbers, and then on slide 3, we corrected a typographical error.
Okay,
The
so this
slide-
is,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
We've been operating from 3E, the errata.
Yeah, I think I just missed that. So you gave it a new name, 3E.
Correct. We
Okay.
followed Department of Water Resources lead and added an E to those exhibits where we corrected something.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Kelly?
Yes, thank you. PCWA 071, please. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Fecco.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Andrew Fecco, last name's F as in Frank, E-C-K-O.
And is your microphone on?
It is.
And can you get a little closer so your voice projects? There you go. Thank you. Have you taken the oath in this proceeding?
I have.
Is PCWA-021 a correct copy of your testimony?
It is.
And is PCWA-020 a copy of the written testimony of Einar Maisch, PCWA's general manager?
It is.
And are you familiar with Mr. Maisch's testimony?
I am.
Did you assist in its preparation?
I did.
And do you concur with the contents of his testimony?
I do.
And if asked, will you be able, to the best of your ability, to answer cross-examination questions with respect to Mr. Maisch's testimony?
To the best of my ability, yes.
Did you assemble or direct the assemblage of the materials referenced in PCWA 020 and PCWA 021?
Yes, I assisted and directed.
And so those exhibits are PCWA 022 through 071?
Correct.
And to the best of your knowledge, are those true and correct copies of the documents listed in PCWA's Exhibit Identification Index?
They are.
And are some or all of those maintained by PCWA?
They are.
And are you familiar with the work that MBK performed on behalf of the Sacramento Valley water users for this proceeding?
I am.
Are you familiar with the conclusions contained in the reports and testimony generated by MBK as part of that work?
I am.
And you are the Director of Resources Development at the Placer County Water Agency, correct?
Correct.
And generally, what do your responsibilities include?
So my department that I oversee is responsible for energy sales from our Middle Fork American River project, water operations of our two major reservoirs, maintenance of our water rights, as well as legislative and regulatory affairs, both in the state and in Washington, D.C.
And so for the agency then, do you oversee and direct the operations of the Middle Fork project?
I do.
In your role as Director of Resources Development at PCWA, is the work undertaken by MBK, the reports and testimony prepared by MBK, the type of information that you would normally rely upon to determine whether PCWA's water rights or water supplies are injured or otherwise impacted?
Yes, that's the kind of technical work we rely on.
Would the same be true for the work done by HDR and other consultants with respect to the American River generally?
Yes, we regularly rely on consultants to perform expert type of work on our behalf.
Okay, with that, I'd just please ask you to summarize your testimony.
Certainly.
Your testimony and the testimony of Mr. Maish.
Certainly. So if we could turn to the next page of this presentation. Thank you. So this is generally a summary of PCWA's water rights for the Middle Fork American River Project, at least the consumptive water rights. And so what we've put on this slide here is water rights permits 13856 and 13858 are the consumptive water rights issued in 1963 by this board. They allow for the diversion, storage, and rediversion of water from the North Fork American, the Middle Fork American, and particularly the Rubicon River and other select tributaries. The purposes of use are listed there: irrigation, domestic, recreational, municipal, and industrial use in western Placer County.
Mr. Fecco, if I can just interrupt you briefly, everything that's, all of the testimony is being taken stenographically by the court reporter, and she has to keep up with you. So I'd ask you to just keep that in mind and perhaps slow down the pace of your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. So let me repeat that last part. The uses for our water rights include irrigation, domestic, recreational, municipal, and industrial uses in western Placer County and more recently northern Sacramento County. The two existing points of rediversion for those consumptive uses are at the American River Pump Station at Auburn, California, and at Folsom Dam. If we could turn the page to the map. So for purposes of orientation, the city of Sacramento on this map of the American River watershed is at the lower part of the map. You'll see it highlighted there with a red dot. You'll note Folsom Reservoir and Folsom Dam are in the lower third of that picture. The highlighted green area is the American River watershed, all three, the North, the Middle, and the South American. And at the top of the map there is Lake Tahoe, and you'll see that the watershed boundary is just west of Lake Tahoe. And so let me start the story of how our PCWA's water rights work at the two large storage reservoirs on that map called French Meadows Reservoir and Hellhole Reservoir. These two reservoirs have a combined storage capacity of approximately 342,500 acre-feet. And those reservoirs operate as you would assume other reservoirs in the Sierra Nevada operate, which is to say that they store water during periods of runoff, generally starting around November and continuing through the following June. We put water in storage in those reservoirs. We then release water through a system of 5 hydroelectric powerhouses and 5 regulating reservoirs for 2 uses: 1 to make hydroelectric energy, and 2 to supply water to our retail and our wholesale customers, and I'll speak more about that in a moment. These reservoirs are generally operated to fill by about the July 1 timeframe, slightly earlier in drier years. And then through the course of the summer, we evacuate those reservoirs to a carryover storage of about 150,000 acre-feet, which the agency, through long operation, in fact over 50 years of operation, has determined to be a safe carryover storage for those reservoirs that will allow us to provide a reliable water supply to the citizens of western Placer and northern Sacramento counties, even if the following year or the following several years have drought conditions. So orienting again on the map, those releases that we make during the summer and fall period make their way down the series of powerhouses and down through the river system to the point at Auburn, which you'll see highlighted there with the top arrow, where we can redivert up to 35,500 acre-feet. That point is an interesting point on this map. That is the site of the planned Auburn Dam, which was planned by the Bureau of Reclamation. And actually, the story of the Auburn Dam is the story of the Placer County Water Agency as well. The Placer County Water Agency, while we were in the planning stages of the Middle Fork project, actually had a larger project with a larger dam at about the point on the map labeled Ralston After Bay. It was an additional 100,000 acre-foot dam, and with those 3 dams, French Meadows, Hellhole, and American Bar Dam at that point, we would have been able to fulfill all of the needs of our retail and wholesale customers, which at the time were determined to be about 237,000 acre-feet a year. When the Auburn Dam was being constructed, and we had the Bureau and Placer County Water Agency had essentially cross-protested each other's water right filings, a settlement was reached between the Bureau and PCWA, and the settlement essentially allowed the Bureau to construct the Auburn Dam at the location where they wanted to construct it and at the size they wished to construct it. But what it did mean was that for PCWA, we had to move or generally reduce the size of the American Bar Dam from 100,000 acre-feet down to just a 2,000 acre-foot re-regulating reservoir. At the same time, the Bureau and the agency came to terms on how water was to be supplied to Placer County. And instead of the 237,000 acre-feet that the agency, PCWA, intended to supply, we split the difference. The agency was to supply 120,000 acre-feet from its Middle Fork project, the now smaller Middle Fork project, and the Bureau of Reclamation would essentially supply the other half of the need, 117,000 acre-feet, to Placer County. Well, of course, as we know, the Auburn Dam was not built, and the agency has essentially was left with a smaller project, which we now manage to fulfill our needs in Placer County in the most efficient way we know how. Finally, the other point of rediversion is at Folsom Dam, which is the lower arrow on your map. So for purposes of illustration, after water flows down the Middle Fork American, then the North Fork American, passes by our pump station at Auburn, where again we can divert up to 35,500 acre-feet of our 120,000 acre-foot agreed upon maximum with the Bureau. The remainder of the water that we release on a daily basis ends up in Folsom Reservoir. Important point about that, as you've heard from the rest of my panelists, they rely on a municipal intake at Folsom Reservoir that's built into the dam. That's also the point of our rediversion for our water rights. And that's how we supply the City of Roseville, San Juan Water District, and in wetter years, the Sacramento Suburban Water District. It's subject, that same intake, you've already heard about the limitations of that intake. We are subject to those same limitations, but from the standpoint of this is now PCWA water rights water, of which these agencies have a right to access at that location. It is in fact PCWA water rights water that for about for exactly a 30-day period has a residence time in Folsom Lake. So what does that mean? In any given month in the summertime, for instance, of this year, there was 30 to 35,000 acre-feet of PCWA water rights water in Folsom Reservoir available for diversion by my wholesale partners, and in fact by PCWA at that location should we choose to redivert it. That's an important distinction of our interest in Folsom Reservoir, is that we use it to supply our wholesale partners. So if we could turn the page, speaking of wholesale partners.
Mr. Fecco, if I can interrupt you just to make sure I understand and perhaps the board understands. When you were talking about the Middle Fork project, you talked about managing that project to have sufficient water for everyone in western Placer County and northern Sacramento County. Do you mean that PCWA has enough water to supply everyone with all the water they need, or simply that PCWA can meet its contract obligations as a result of the management of the Middle Fork project?
That's an important distinction. So we have, you've heard about our water supply contracts with these, with wholesale entities, and we have enough water to supply those contractual obligations in wet as well as dry years and all years, and that's how we base our carryover storage at our reservoirs. So what the board's looking at now is another map, and this map is a little more zoomed in on Folsom Reservoir, and it has several highlighted areas. The area highlighted in orange is our original place of use for our water rights for the Middle Fork project, and generally can be thought of as being able to be served from that Auburn point of diversion that we discussed, as well as a portion of that could be served from the Folsom Reservoir point of diversion. As a result of the water forum agreement signed in 2000, it was recognized that a groundwater replenishment program would be valuable to the region, and so in about 2000, this board approved a expansion of our place of use to include that portion encircled in green in northern Sacramento County. And in that portion, PCWA is able to use its Middle Fork project water rights in years when Folsom unimpaired inflow is above 1.6 million acre feet. So you could think of that as sort of above average years. We are able to serve surface water to that place of use, which was predominantly groundwater reliant in the past. And as a result of that expansion of place of use, since the late 1990s, early 2000s, there's been approximately 250,000 acre feet of groundwater banked in that area, recharging and stabilizing that groundwater basin. You'll also see on this map, back to that orange, that a portion of the San Juan Water District and the City of Roseville, as well as PCWA's own service territories noted as PCWA Zone 1 and Zone 5, are reliant in part on the agency's Middle Fork American River water rights. And we serve those areas today using both the Auburn point of diversion, but actually more so from the Folsom Reservoir point of diversion. The majority of our wholesale contract water is rediverted at the Folsom point of diversion. I will skip the next slide and just go to the last one, please. Thank you. So finally, Mr. Maish and I have reviewed the testimony of Walter Bray of MBK Engineers, and we're relying on that testimony and the bounds of the analysis that he did in that testimony to have an opinion about what California WaterFix might be, how it might impact Folsom Reservoir. And in our view, it appears that Folsom Reservoir could be lower in the future as a result of the California WaterFix project if there were no permit terms and conditions placed on that project which would protect upstream storage.
And Mr. Fecco, Placer County Water Agency and Folsom Reservoir are upstream of the new proposed intakes as part of the WaterFix project, correct?
Correct.
And so is your understanding of the possible impacts to Placer County Water Agency based on an understanding that the impacts of the project may extend upstream of the physical diversion locations in the Sacramento River?
That's right. In our review of Mr. Bray's work, it appears to us that the impacts of the project reach up into the tributaries and in fact reach up to federal and state-owned, in this particular case, Folsom Reservoir facilities.
Thank you. And with that, I think we'll just turn the panel over for cross-examination.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Becerra. If you would like to join your witnesses, does the department wish to cross-examine? And as the department is coming up, does anyone else wish or plan to cross-examine this panel? Just one. Okay. You may begin when ready, Mr. Mizell.
Good morning. My name is Julianne Ainsley with the law firm of Dwayne Morris, here with Mr. Mizell on behalf of the Department of Water Resources. I'd like to start with Mr. Fecco, please. Let me just open it to the correct pages. Primarily, my questions will be about Mr. Mesh's testimony. But let me just confirm, you are not testifying here today as an expert, are you, Mr. Fecco?
I'm not.
And Mr. Mesh was not designated as an expert, was he?
He was not designated as an expert.
And you were designated in the notice of intent to give testimony on American River water supplies, management, and flows. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, I will object that the notice of intent to appear and the testimony speaks for itself, and so to the extent that misstates the notice of intent to appear or the testimony, I would object.
So noted. Continue with your questioning for now.
And if you would also just confirm that Mr. Mesh was noticed to provide testimony on Placer County Water Agency policy statement and background?
I don't know.
Okay. Are you here today to provide an opinion on the impacts of the Cal WaterFix on Placer County Water Agency operations?
We have an opinion on the California WaterFix and how it might impact our operations at Folsom Lake.
Okay, and is that same true of Mr. Mesh? You're speaking for yourself and Mr. Mesh?
Correct.
So your testimony does provide an opinion on potential injuries?
My testimony and Mr. Mesh's testimony, I believe, reflect our understanding of the technical expert we have hired to provide us a view of what the California WaterFix impacts may be.
And does your opinion, and I'm also speaking, does Mr. Mesh's opinion in his written testimony rely on the technical analysis performed by MBK?
It does.
Did Placer County Water Agency, independently of MBK, perform any analysis?
We did not.
And so your conclusions rest solely on Mr. Barre's testimony and the work of MBK?
That's what's referenced in our testimony, yes.
And I would object. Mr. Fecco also referenced work by HDR and other consultants that do work in the American River Basin, so it misstates his testimony.
So noted.
Let's look that up.
Ms. Morris?
I'd like to move to strike that testimony about HDR. If you look at Mr. Mesh, one more time for me.
Mesh.
Mesh, thank you. My apologies. Good thing he's not here. If you look at his testimony, which is marked as PCWA-020 on page 22, under the title Injury to PCWA's Water Rights and CVP Supply, it simply states on line 17, based upon the work of and testimony by MBK engineers on behalf of the Sacramento Valley water users, it is my understanding, and it goes on. It says nothing about the work by Mr. Weaver for HDR or any other expert consultant.
Mr. Kelly?
Yeah, I can respond to that. Placer County Water Agency, in its previous submittals, indicated it was part of the Sacramento Valley water users and the American River water agencies. Those agencies have submitted expert testimony in this proceeding that include testimony by HDR. While the first part of that paragraph references work done by MBK engineers, the rest of that paragraph talks about the testimony and evidence presented by the other American River Water Agency representatives. And so I think that everything that Mr. Fecco said is completely consistent with and included in the actual written testimony that was provided to the board.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Anything to add, Ms. Morris? We will take all of that under advisement for now.
And can you confirm you testified earlier? Did you assist Mr. Mesh in the preparation of his testimony?
I did.
You compiled the exhibits that are referenced in his testimony, I believe you said?
Some of them, yes, and assisted in preparation of the testimony and the presentation that you saw today.
Were there any particular sections of the testimony that you helped prepare?
I reviewed all of the testimony.
Did anyone else help you or Mr. Maish prepare your testimony?
All of our testimony was prepared in-house at PCWA with Mr. Maish and myself, and with the assistance of Mr. Kelly.
Okay. Let me see. On page 21 of Mr. Maish's testimony,
Would
you like to bring that up?
If we can, yeah, can we, if we're going to talk about testimony, perhaps put it on the screen? Thank you.
sure. Mr. Maish states at lines 24 through 26 that every modeling scenario presented shows Folsom Reservoir at dead pool 1 out of every 10 years. Do you see that?
I see that.
Do you see whether Mr. Maish provides a site or basis for that statement?
The citation that it appears to be provided there is every modeling scenario presented, and the reference there is to, I believe, the WaterFix documentation itself.
And based on your understanding of Mr. Maish's testimony, does this include, in terms of every modeling scenario, does this include the no action alternative as well?
I don't know.
I think that's all my questions for Mr. Fecco.
Before you move forward, though, Mr. Fecco was unable to answer your last question. Does that mean that you wish for Mr. Maish to appear for cross-examination?
No, I think that this is an unsubstantiated statement, and
I wasn't
think-
asking for...
no, I don't think we need Mr. Maish to show up for the one sentence.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Yatsutake, is that pronouncing your name correctly?
Yes, it is.
And can you confirm again that you drafted the testimony listed as Exhibit Folsom 1?
Yes.
And the notice of intent submitted by Folsom is designating you to provide testimony on water rights and contracts, supplies, and operations of the city of Folsom?
Yes.
Did anyone assist you in the preparation of your testimony?
Yes, outside legal counsel.
And in what way did they assist you?
Well, they developed essentially a template for myself to fill in certain aspects that are specific to Folsom Water and operations.
So it was more of an outline that you filled in?
Outline, no, a template.
Were you designated to provide testimony on the impacts of the California WaterFix?
Objection, vague and ambiguous. The whole hearing's about the impacts of the California WaterFix.
Ms. Ainsley, please provide some specifics.
Sure. If you would look at, starting at paragraph 34 of your testimony, please. And can you confirm that paragraphs 34 through 42 of your testimony fall under the heading that you've provided here of risks of injury to the city's water supply by the proposed California WaterFix project?
Did you say through 42?
Yes, I believe that's the last paragraph in your testimony.
Yes, that is correct.
And again, my question was, were you listed on the notice of intent as a witness who was going to provide testimony on injuries of the California WaterFix?
The objection relevance, the whole hearing is about the impacts of the California WaterFix. As I understand it, the notice, I went back and read the board's rulings. The only effect of the designation of an expert is whether or not someone needed to provide a statement of qualifications, which Mr. Yasutake and the entire panel have provided.
And
I assume this goes to your line
Right.
of questioning.
I would like
goes
to renew-
support
I would like to
for
re-
your
okay.
objection that you voiced earlier,
That's correct.
which is still under consideration. Ms. Morris?
Thank you, Ms. Morris, for the state water contractors. I think that the notice of intent is not just to identify who is an expert, but also the point of it is the scope of the testimony. And the scope of the testimony that was provided in the notice of intent did not include injury and an opinion about injury in each of these individuals' notice of intents and their scope. And the whole point of that information is to avoid surprise testimony.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly? Keeping in mind that all of this is being taken under consideration at the moment.
Yes. And so I'll be very brief. The purpose of a protest is to allege injury, period. And so any testimony provided has to be towards that goal. And this entire panel, to the extent they are explaining the potential injury to them, is in fulfillment of the protest.
And if I could add just a little more, one point is this whole discussion seems to be headed as to the relevance of whether someone is an expert or not an expert. We're operating under Government Code 11513, and subdivision C of that states that any relevant evidence shall be admitted if it is the sort of evidence on which reasonable persons are accustomed to rely in the conduct of serious affairs. The opinions provided have been the basis, among other things, of the board taking action on temporary urgency change orders in the last couple of years. They are certainly the basis of how these managers operate their agencies and seek to minimize risks to their agencies. So for purposes of this hearing, it's a rather artificial distinction, expert versus non-expert.
Thank you all for that input. Ms. Ainsley, do you have additional cross-examination?
I do have additional cross-examination, and we're just going to renew our objection, obviously, to, and I'm happy to provide the paragraphs of the testimony for Ms. Lawrence as well as Mr. Plecker as well, so that can be efficient.
We'll just note it for now.
Thank you. Looking at paragraph 34 of your testimony, Mr. Yasutake, can we call that up? Oh, sorry, it's up. I apologize. If you scroll down a little. Thank you. You reference Exhibit Folsom 25. Could we call that up? And I believe we want to go to the last page, figure 8 at the bottom. Mr. Yasutake, this is the figure you reference in your testimony, is that correct?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, maybe we can scroll up a little bit. Thank you. And this exhibit, Folsom 25, comes from the recirculated DEIR?
Yes.
And you cite this exhibit stating that this modeling shows that Folsom Reservoir will be drained to approximately 100,000 acre-feet at the end of September during 10% of all years. Is that correct?
Yes.
Looking at this graph, does that also include the same conclusion for the no action alternative, which is here marked in blue?
That is what it looks like.
Turning to paragraph 36 of your testimony, which references figure 14 of DWR 514. Can we go to DWR 514, please? And I believe figure 14 is the second to last page, so maybe 17, PDF 17. Right. Is this the other figure that you reference in a paragraph 36, I believe, of your testimony?
Yes.
And in paragraph 36, you state that this figure shows that in 5% of years, simulated end of September Folsom Reservoir storage will be drawn down to 90,000 acre feet or less. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Looking at this figure, does this also show that the same result occurs with the no action alternative, which is here in a solid black line?
I'm going to object that this misstates evidence. DWR's expert modeler Armin Munivar testified that the modeling was not reliable for purposes of showing what the projects would do in very dry conditions.
Ms. Ainsley?
Is this an exhibit that you are relying on, Mr. Yatsutake, for your testimony?
Yes.
Okay.
Overrule, please answer.
Does this show that the same result as your conclusion for all modeling scenarios?
That's what this figure looks to show.
Looking at your testimony, paragraphs 34 through 42, are these the only two figures or pieces of evidence that you specifically reference?
Could we see the paragraph she's referencing? Thank you.
Sure.
What was the exhibit again, Ms. Ainsley?
In his testimony, he references the two exhibits we just looked at, Folsom 25 and DWR 514, figure 14. My read of his testimony from paragraphs 34 and 35, 36, 37, 38, primarily reference these two exhibits. And I just want to make sure there's not another DWR exhibit that's listed here. So I just want him to confirm that he's relying on these two exhibits.
That is correct. I do not see any other references to other exhibits.
Thank you. I think that's all my questions for Mr. Yatsutake.
Thank you.
Mr. Plecker?
Yes.
Good morning. Can you confirm again that you prepared the testimony marked as Exhibit Roseville 1?
I did.
Did anyone assist you in the drafting of this testimony?
Yes, my staff and legal counsel.
Does your staff include Mr. McKinney and Mr. Mulligan?
It'd be Ms. McKinney
Oh,
and Mr.
excuse me.
Mulligan.
I apologize. And in what way did they assist in the preparation of your testimony?
Assembling various charts and figures and assembling the general package as well as an overall review of the text.
And they are not here today on this panel.
They're not.
Were there any particular sections that they drafted?
It's been some time ago. I don't exactly recall who did what.
Can we look at paragraph 52 of your testimony, please?
We have an exhibit number.
Oh, I apologize. His testimony is Roseville 1.
Thank you.
Excuse me for a minute. Mr. Plecker, paragraph 52 falls under a section of your testimony starting on paragraph 37 that you title Risks of Injury to Roseville's Water Supply by Proposed Cal WaterFix Project, correct?
Correct.
Okay, looking at paragraph 52. In this paragraph, you are relying on and describing Exhibit Roseville 17, is that correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Can we look at Roseville 17, please? second page. Figure 8, please. Is this the same figure that we just spoke about with Mr. Yatsutake, which was listed as Folsom 25?
It appears to be yes.
And in this paragraph, you also state that this modeling shows that Folsom Reservoir would be drained to approximately 100,000 acre-feet at the end of September during 10% of all years. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Looking at figure 8 here, I'm going to pose the same question. Does this show the same result or the same conclusion you make for the no action alternative, which is here in dark blue?
And again, just to repeat the objection, it misstates evidence and that DWR has testified in the hearing after the submission of the exhibits that the modeling is not accurate for very dry conditions.
That was the same objection that you made before. It is overruled. Please answer.
I can't recall the question. Could you restate it, please?
Sure. Looking at figure 8, which is on the screen, does this, which you rely on in paragraph 52 and others, does this show the same result for the no action alternative, which is in dark blue?
Essentially, at this scale.
And you relied on this figure in your testimony?
I did.
Similarly, in paragraph 54 of your testimony, you also rely on the previously discussed DWR 514 figure 14. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can we look at that figure one more time?
Was that DWR 514?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Plecker, do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
Is this the exhibit that you rely on in your testimony?
Yes.
Is this the exhibit in paragraph 54 that you rely on when you state that the modeling shows that in 5% of years, simulated end of September Folsom Reservoir storage will be drawn down to 90,000 acre-feet or less?
I believe it is.
Quickly again, just looking at this figure, do you also agree that the same result is shown for the no action alternative?
Essentially, yes.
Okay. Are Folsom, sorry, I get confused between Folsom and Roseville. Is Roseville 17 and DWR 514 figure 14, are they the evidentiary basis for your conclusions regarding impacts of the California WaterFix?
I think in part.
Objection misstates testimony. There's quite a bit of additional testimony that's the basis for his conclusions.
Ms. Ainsley?
Sure. So looking at paragraph 52 of your testimony again. Do you have it there? Great, thank you. Is Exhibit Roseville 17 the basis on which you form your conclusions in paragraph 52?
I believe it's part of it, yes.
Do you cite any other evidence in paragraph 52?
I do not.
Looking at paragraph 54. I'm sorry, can we move up to 53? The same question for paragraph 53. Do you see where it cites Exhibit Roseville 17?
I haven't found it. Oh, there it is. Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last response from you.
I said yes, I did.
Okay.
It took me a while. Sorry.
That's fine. And Exhibit Roseville 17 is figure 8 in the RDAR hydrologic modeling. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And Exhibit Roseville 17 is the basis for your conclusions in paragraph 53?
In part, yes.
And then finally, in paragraph 54, well, back to 53, do you cite any other evidence?
No.
Finally, in paragraph 54, do you see reference there, DWR 514, figure 14,
I do.
which we just looked at, correct?
Correct.
Is DWR figure 14 of 514 the basis for your conclusions in paragraph 54?
Objection misstates the testimony. The testimony clearly states it's a comparison between the modeling results and the information regarding vortexing at Folsom Reservoir.
Where are you reading from, Mr. Becerra?
The last line states, this is just at the level where the effects of the vortex would be encountered. The technical basis for that is much more substantial than DWR 514.
Ms. Ainsley?
Okay, well, looking at the sentence that says, according to figure 14, with the proposed project in 5% of the years, sure. According to figure 14, with the proposed project in 5% of the years, Folsom Reservoir storage will be drawn down to 90,000 acre feet or less, slightly above 330 feet above mean sea level at the end of September. Is the basis for that sentence and conclusion DWR 514, figure 14?
Yes.
Okay, I think I have no further questions for you. Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Lawrence. And
Good morning, sorry.
this is going to be a similar line. Can you then again confirm that you drafted San Juan Water District 1, Exhibit San Juan Water District 1?
Yes, I did in cooperation with the outside attorney, utilizing a initial template in which I then filled in the appropriate information.
And did anyone else assist you in drafting that testimony?
The testimony was reviewed by Keith Durkin also.
Did Mr. Durkin draft any portions of your testimony?
I don't think so. It's been a while.
Looking at your testimony starting at paragraph 35, this begins a section that runs through paragraph 58, I believe, entitled Risks of Injury to San Juan Water District's Water Supply by Proposed Cal WaterFix Project. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can we look at paragraph 48, please? And I'll try and be quick about this. In this paragraph, you similarly rely on Exhibit Folsom 25. Do you see that?
I rely on that exhibit relative to the current operations of the program, not per se the more aggressive operations that could be anticipated through this project.
And do you have any testimony on the anticipated operations of this project?
Yes, I have to go through and figure out where it was. There's a discussion of a concern that this project will allow, without appropriate constraints, a more aggressive operation that could thereby put at risk Folsom Reservoir under certain conditions, such as dry years following wet years and a few other scenarios.
And what is the cited basis for your assertion about more aggressive operations?
The cited basis of that is a professional knowledge of a mechanical engineering degree combined with a civil engineering degree, and operations for 20 years and watching Folsom Reservoir drop during the past few years and understanding the constraints that were put on it to not be able to drop in the future may or may not be there under the future project.
Is paragraph 48 the first instance where you're pointing at the modeling of WaterFix proposed operations?
Vague and ambiguous, first instance where? In the testimony, out in the real world, in public statements? I mean, there's been a lot of discussion of this project in the world.
All right, Ms. Ainsley, narrow it down, please.
Okay. In paragraph 48, I believe is the first time you actually reference a specific piece of testimony regarding the modeling of the Cal WaterFix. Is that correct? That would be Exhibit Folsom 25, which is Figure 8 of the recirculated DEIR.
You'll have to give me a moment. I don't memorize where first things came up for the first time.
Sure.
Okay, well, without me sitting here and reading the whole thing on whether it's the first time or not it came up within my testimony, when I wrote the testimony, I anticipated that the entire testimony was an entire package, and admittedly not being an expert at how to write testimony, but being an expert at operating San Juan Reservoir and the potential impacts that could occur, I am very comfortable that that modeling does show it's possible that Folsom Lake can be dropped down to low levels, and our ultimate concern is whether or not in the future there's going to be adequate constraints put on by this board that will restrict that occurring in more conditions in the future.
Ms. Ainsley, I don't see the significance of first time.
That's fine. I'm just trying to figure out where to start. My understanding is I'm going to start at paragraph 48. Is your concern is the levels of drawdown in Folsom Reservoir, is that correct?
My concern is the levels of drawdown in Folsom Reservoir to the point that the Bureau of Reclamation cannot deliver water.
All right. And in paragraph 48, you make the statement that the modeling for the WaterFix shows that Folsom Reservoir will be drained to approximately 100,000 acre-feet during 10% of all years, correct?
Under current operation strategies, correct.
So, okay, and can we look at Folsom 25 real fast? And this is a similar question that I asked Mr. Plecker and Mr. Yasutake.
Could we zoom into that slightly? Unfortunately, I need glasses and they're not in yet.
Sure. Yeah, I'm wearing my glasses, so yes, I understand.
For all the witnesses, the monitors in front of you can be turned on and you can see them a little bit more clearly.
Thank you. That's better. Okay, thank you.
But as you lean in, please bring the microphone with you.
Thank you. Okay, so what was the question?
I'm sorry, are you ready? The question simply is the same that I asked Mr. Plecker and Mr. Yasutake. Looking at this figure 8 that you reference in paragraph 48 as your basis for your assertion that under the modeling scenarios, Folsom Reservoir would be drained to approximately 100,000 acre-feet during 10% of all years, I would like you to confirm that this is also what is shown here for the no action alternative.
Which is what would be expected with the same operational constraints that are there and the limitations on the Delta. Our concern again is should those operation strategies change with the opening up of the capability to take water, additional water, that could change.
Okay, but just for, yes, thank you, but just for clarification, your answer was yes, right?
Yes, under existing operations.
Okay, let's move ahead then real fast to paragraph 50.
And just for clarity, we're talking about Exhibit SJWD1, correct?
Yes, I'm sorry, paragraph 50 of SJWD1, which is her testimony.
Thank you.
In this paragraph, you reference DWR 514, figure 14. Is that correct?
Correct.
And based on figure 14 of DWR 514, you state that in 5% of years, Folsom Reservoir storage will be drawn down to 90,000. Oh, I apologize. In paragraph 50, you state that in 5% of years, Folsom Reservoir storage will be drawn down to 90,000 acre feet or less, correct?
Yes, again, under current operations, and a concern that at that level, that we're getting different results within the two, and how that could change with different modeling.
And if you need to, we can obviously bring up DWR 514, figure 14, but my question to you is, does that figure also show the same result for the no action alternative as modeled?
And I'm going to object as misstating the evidence. Paragraph 50 there clearly states that it's not clear whether the modeling can go any lower than 90,000 acre feet. So to the extent it's possible the lake could go even lower than 90,000 acre feet, the modeling may not accurately reflect what may actually occur.
All right, well, let's bring up the figure real fast and just finish this.
Let's do that.
All right. Looking at figure 14 of DWR 514, on which you rely in paragraph 50 of your testimony, do you agree that the no action alternative supports the same conclusion that you make in paragraph 50, at least as far as reading this figure?
Objection again misstates the evidence. Paragraph 50 of Ms. Lawrence's testimony states that it's not clear whether the modeling is even capable of going below 90,000 acre feet.
All right, well, let's go to 90,000 acre feet. Do you agree that this figure shows the same result for all modeling scenarios?
What I've stated in my testimony is a concern that the modeling at the levels in the dry years is showing information relative, which is what it's showing here. That's based on one, current operations, and two, it's based on a modeling result that has been discussed as not being accurate.
Yes, we've heard that from you several times now. Would you please answer Ms. Ainsley's question, please?
Yes, this figure does show very similar results.
With all the caveats you've already mentioned.
Thank you.
I think that's the end of my questioning. Thank you.
Is that the end of your cross-examination?
Yes.
Before you leave, though, as we are taking into consideration your objection to the testimony of these witnesses, could you point me to where in your written objections that were submitted on February 21st, September 21st, did you make these objections with respect to admissibility? I just pulled up, for example, DW objections to Ms. Lawrence's testimony, and I don't see any particular objection regarding her NOI and the scope of her direct testimony. But the department did submit a variety, numerous documents, so perhaps you could point me to where that is.
Trip myself for the department. We have not filed an objection previously on this particular issue.
For any of these witnesses?
I would have to review the our objections more specifically, but I don't believe for the four that we mentioned today. However, I would note that there was an opportunity provided by the board after their October 7th ruling for parties to self-evaluate based on the testimony and whether or not it's germane to this part of the hearing and permissible, and they haven't revised it. So we are reviewing those who did not choose to resubmit testimony, and these objections are based upon that further review.
If I
Mr.
could,
Mizell, that allowance was for the parties designated and identified by our ruling in October 7th, that portion of their testimony should be moved to Part 2. And they were given the opportunity to amend their testimony according to that ruling. And when we resumed last week, I believe it was the petitioner, in fact, I believe it might have been you, who pointed out that you don't believe some of those parties did as the board directed in terms of revising their testimony for Part 1B, and you asked for a chance to comment on that, and I allowed you to comment on that very, very narrow focus of reviewing their resubmitted, or in some cases not resubmitted, testimony as to whether or not they comport with our October 7th ruling. It was not an invitation for additional objections.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Ackroyd. You mentioned you had cross-exam. Does anyone else have cross-exam? Okay. And that was, just for the record, a no from Ms. Alfenberg, the other petitioner.
Thank you, Rebecca Ackroyd for the San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority. Before I begin cross, I was asked by Mr. Williams for Westlands Water District, which is the next group, to inform the board that he would not be conducting cross today. Thank you. So I'd like to begin with questions for Mr. Plecker.
If I could make a request. It's been a practice in this hearing to ask the subjects for cross and roughly an estimate of time. Given that we're trying to coordinate witnesses, possibly 2 or 3 additional panels today, it'd be very useful if we could understand how long this cross might go.
Thank you, Mr. Becerra. Ms. Ackroyd?
Sure. I anticipate cross lasting no longer than 20 minutes.
Okay, then we will take our lunch break then. It might be a little bit of a longer lunch break since we have a lot to discuss. So we'll proceed in that manner.
And also kind of going to, I think, what Ryan was getting at as well in terms of the topic of my cross. Just brief questions regarding related to alleged legal injury going into recent drought certifications filed by the respective agencies represented. That would be the primary topic of cross.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Becerra, for the reminder.
Thank you. First, Mr. Plecker, like to ask one brief question regarding Roseville's location. City of Roseville is located upstream of the new point of diversion proposed in the WaterFix project. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Now turning to drought certifications, do you recall that the City of Roseville recently certified the level of available water supplies it would have, assuming 3 additional dry years as part of a 3-year stress test requested by the Water Board?
That's correct. I'd like to object on best evidence. If we are talking from a document, it'd be useful if the document could be available. Ms. Ackroyd summarizing the content of a document is not the best evidence of this. And if she has the actual certifications, we should have those in the record.
Sure, we do have all of those. So go ahead and ask Mr. Long to pull up the folder on the jump drive that I gave you for this panel. Panel 5, Group 7, Panel 5.
And then could we please have paper copies of the documents so that everyone could review them, including council?
I believe all of the documents I'll be citing to and have labeled here with authority exhibit numbers are on the Water Board's website. I don't think in past cross we've been required to bring paper copies, but I'm happy to do that. Again, they're all on the Water Board's website.
Okay, let's go ahead and put it up for now, and let's go through them. And in the future, if you would make paper copies available, it would be helpful.
Yeah, I'd like to object that I believe all the other cross-examiners have brought paper copies so that the witnesses and counsel could review them as cross-examination proceeds.
Mr. Kelly?
If I can add, I actually thought that the that this board directed that we bring paper copies, provide electronic copies, and actually identify them on a spreadsheet. I recall that we had to do that when we were cross-examining petitioners' witnesses early in the proceeding.
And if I recall correctly, in Part 1A, sometimes that was done after the fact. For now, let's just proceed.
Thank you. So first,
But your objections are noted.
thank you. First, if you can please bring up what's listed there as SLD MWA-1. And I'll represent that this is a fact sheet on the State Water Board website regarding the 3-year stress test that I mentioned. Are you familiar with the request for stress test submissions?
Generally, yes.
Thank you.
And I'd like to object that if we're talking about a multi-page document, the witnesses need some time to review the document before they can testify about whether it accurately is something they understand. Otherwise, they can't testify accurately.
And I will trust your witnesses to specify if they are unable to answer a question because they're not familiar with the content and with the substance of Ms. Ackroyd's question. Please continue, Ms. Ackroyd.
Thank you, and I'll endeavor to keep my questions narrow, and we can go from there. In response to the request for stress test submissions, do you recall that the City of Roseville submitted such a certification?
I do.
Thank you. And do you recall whether in that certification, the City of Roseville represented it would have at least a 3-year water supply under extended drought conditions?
We did.
Thank you. And the city made that representation based on existing criteria in its contracts and water right permits, correct?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to existing criteria in its contracts. If she'd like to provide us the information she's relying on, the witnesses can review it.
Mr. Plecker, can you answer? Are you able to answer?
I didn't actually prepare it for the city, so I don't recall all the content that went into it. I can imagine that some reflection on our contract capacity would be included in that.
Thank you. And where I'm trying to go with this in terms of the relevance is that the various drought certifications are based on circumstances as they are without assurances regarding carryover storage that each of these parties are seeking in this process.
I'm going to object to that representation. Again, if we could have the certifications so the witnesses could review them, they can testify precisely as to what's in them rather than relying on Ms. Ackroyd's representations.
Again, we can pull up SLD MWA-2.
Let's pull it up, Ms. Ackroyd. And I will again advise the witnesses, if you are not able to answer, if it's not within your area of expertise or familiarity, please just say so.
Thank you. So on the jump drive again, it's SLD MWA- oh, sorry, let me make sure I'm setting to the right one there. One moment. -5.
So I see Mr. Plecker's name on it, so I assume he's familiar.
And does this appear to be, this document states that is the certification of self-certified conservation standard form submitted by the City of Roseville, correct?
I believe it does.
Thank you. And do you recall whether this was submitted in response to the request for 3-year stress tests, as noted we previously were discussing?
Yes, I believe it is.
Thank you. We can leave it there with Mr. Plecker for now and then move on to other witnesses.
Are you planning to explore similar lines of questioning with the other witnesses?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I was thinking, let's go ahead and proceed then.
Thank you. Few similar questions for Mr. Yasutake. Thank you. First, Mr. Yasutake, to confirm, the City of Folsom is located upstream of the new points of diversion that are proposed with the California WaterFix project, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And again, same line of questions. Do you recall that the City of Folsom recently certified the level of available water supplies it would have, assuming 3 additional dry years in response to the request for 3-year stress test submissions?
Yes.
And as part of that self-certification, the City of Folsom represented that it would have at least a 3-year water supply under extended drought conditions, correct?
That is correct.
City of Folsom made that representation based on current conditions and existing criteria in its contracts and water right permits, correct?
Objection, vague and ambiguous.
Are you able to answer?
Yes, I relied upon the settlement contract with the Bureau of Reclamation and Central Valley Project contract as well, or subcontract with Sac County Water Agency for Central Valley Project water.
Thank you. And now turning to Mr. Fecco, similar line of questions for you. I believe we'll go straight to the drought certification questions there. Do you recall that PCWA recently certified the level of available water supplies it would have, assuming 3 additional dry years as part of a 3-year stress test requested by the Water Board?
I'm not familiar with the document as it was prepared.
Are you familiar with the 3-year stress test?
In general, yes.
Thank you. If we can please pull up SLD MWA-4. Are you familiar with this document? I believe we can scroll down and it'll look the same as the other ones we've been seeing in terms of PCWA's completion of the form.
I object. I believe Mr. Fecco said that he was not familiar with this document.
Let's give him a chance to take a look at it. And is that still your answer, Mr. Fecco?
I'm generally aware of the 3-year stress test. I am not aware of the specifics of what PCWA submitted regarding the stress test.
Okay, thank you. Then I'd like to turn to Ms. Lawrence. First, can you please confirm that San Juan Water District is located upstream of the new points of diversion?
Yes.
Thank you. And do you recall that San Juan Water District recently certified the level of available water supplies it would have, assuming 3 additional dry years as part of a 3-year stress test?
Assuming 3 dry years that match the 3 previous years that we've already encountered with the same demands and same operations, yes, we did.
Thank you. I believe you pretty much answered my next question, but to confirm for the record, as part of the self-certification, San Juan represented it would have at least a 3-year water supply under extended drought conditions, correct?
Yes, I feel like I'm repeating myself again, but yes, based on those same criteria that I mentioned previously and our water rights and the requirement that the water would be supplied to us, yes.
Thank you. And with that, I have no further questions.
And let me just get a clarification from you. Mr. Fecco was unable to answer a question that might have been directed at Mr. Maish. Do you wish to cross-examine Mr. Maish when he's available?
No, I think we'll be fine.
Okay. Any redirect? Actually, let me confirm, no more cross-examination. All right. Any redirect, Mr. Becerra and Mr. Kelly?
If I could take just a couple minutes to think about what we've heard. And
Mr. Kelly?
Yeah, I have one question for Mr. Fecco. Mr. Fecco, are the concerns that you expressed of the California WaterFix based on MBK's conclusion that Folsom could be operated differently with WaterFix in place and based in part on Mr. Barret's general critique of the project proponents' modeling?
That's right. I think what Mr. Maish and I prepared for his testimony essentially said that we relied on, I'm going to get this right, the WaterFix modeling itself, but also the work and testimony by MBK engineers on behalf of the Sacramento Valley water users. Both of those things is what we relied on for our opinion.
Thank you. No further redirect.
Mr. Becerra?
yes, I think I have a couple of questions. And what I'd like to do is just ask one question that each of our 3 clients can answer in order as opposed to asking a bunch of serial questions that are the same. So Mr. Yasutake, Ms. Lawrence, and Mr. Plecker, in offering your conclusions about how the California WaterFix project may affect your agency's respective water supplies, how did you consider the operations of the project, the Central Valley project that actually occurred in 2014 and 2015?
This is Shauna Lawrence, and my response was that we considered the fact and the significantly low level at which the lake dropped, and the concern that there would be an inability to provide water to San Juan Water District, and the concern that if the operation of the project was more aggressive, that could happen in more years.
Hold on a second.
Is that the right answer?
Ms. Ainsley?
Yes, just very quickly, we would like to object as this is beyond the scope of the cross in terms of the 2014. I didn't ask any questions regarding 2014, 2015 operations.
Hold on. I'm not sure I understand your objection.
This redirect is beyond the scope of anyone's cross-examination, or my cross-examination specifically.
You asked a lot of questions regarding the operations, the modeling, and especially about, actually, was it you or Ms. Ackroyd, regarding operations under the recent drought condition, or at least testimony was provided with respect, comparing it to the conservation drought operations projections and how things were being projected with respect to Ms. Ackroyd's in particular lines of questioning. So I'm going to allow the redirect.
Okay.
Now you have to ask the question again, Mr. Becerra.
Hopefully I can. The question is, each of you, how did you consider the operations of Folsom Reservoir in 2014 and 2015 in reaching your conclusions about the possible impacts of California WaterFix on your respective agencies?
Thank you. That's what I thought I heard. Okay.
Okay, I'll just follow up. Marcus Yasutaki, City of Folsom, have the same concerns as Ms. Lawrence stated, but what we did is when you look at the operations in 2014 and 2015 without the project, and you see some of the modeling results that have presented, that we have presented in our testimony, and lake levels get below to where we were when emergency pump stations were included for the City of Folsom and Folsom Prison, it's a concern for us that that is a risk to the city's availability to receive water from Folsom Reservoir and not receive our contract entitlement supplies.
In thinking about the question, in terms of putting together, our thoughts and our response, I'm reminded of the conditions that happened between 2013 and 2014, which in my mind is a preview as to what the California WaterFix could potentially do. Recall that in 2013, the Folsom Reservoir, at least in part, was operated fairly aggressively, followed by a dry year that is exactly or nearly exactly a condition which we could potentially face with the WaterFix, absent conditions. So that was a new experience for us. 2015, in my mind, was about lack of snowpack and continued operations to meet environmental needs on the Sacramento River side. So I would say in formulating our opinion and with respect to what our thoughts are on the California WaterFix, I think it's informed by modeling, it's informed by a lot of technical matters, and direct observation that as water managers we make on a daily basis.
I have no further redirect.
All right. Any recross? Come on up, Ms. Ackroyd.
Thank you, Rebecca Ackroyd for the San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority. I believe each of you just testified relating to your concerns for injury from the California WaterFix project, that those concerns in part were based on 2014 and 2015 conditions. My question is, if there are such concerns regarding low reservoir storage in 2014 and 2015, what was the basis for, we can go down the list, each of the parties' 3-year drought certifications based on recent conditions?
And if I could just object for the record, Ms. Akeroyd said that each of them just testified about 2013, 2014 drought operations. Mr. Fecco did not. And so I assume that she's simply asking the question to the people that responded.
Yes,
That's
thank you
correct.
for the
Thank you.
clarification.
Just for the record, thank you.
Everyone except Mr. Fecko may answer.
All right, Marcus Yasutaki, City of Folsom. The city based its 3-year stress test on, as I mentioned before, the existing settlement contracts we have with the Bureau of Reclamation, that the city has with the Bureau of Reclamation, and the Central Valley Project water service contract subcontract with Sac County Water Agency through the Bureau of Reclamation.
Thank you. And then for each of the other witnesses.
For San Juan Water District, we based ours on the previous 3 years, hydrology, and the previous 3 years operations. And as we've gotten through those previous 3 years with those 3 droughts, we projected that we would again have our full pre-1914 water rights as well as an adequate supply. Our issue is not a supply issue. Our issue is the ability to get our supply.
Thank you.
Similar to what my panelists have testified, with one difference, I didn't actually prepare the stress test analysis, and I don't recall the substantive procedure that was prescribed in following that. However, I'm reasonably assured I have a very competent staff. They followed the rules. They examined it from multiple directions, and if they said what they said, I'm entirely confident in what they said.
Fine. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ackroyd. And that completes the testimony for this panel. Thank you very much. You're dismissed. Before we break for lunch, let's do a bit of a time check here. I have Group 8 slated to go when we resume. Ms. Nickel, that's yours, I assume. And at least from my notes, you're only requesting 10 minutes for Mr. Sutton for direct. What cross-examination does the department, both departments, plan on undertaking? And this would be for Group 8. Was there any planned cross-examination from Mr. Sutton?
Amy Oftenberg, Department of Interior. If we have any, it would be 10 minutes or less.
Okay.
The same time frame goes for the department.
All right, which means then we will have time today to move on to Panel 7 for Group 7.
Yes, Panel 7 is prepared to testify. The concern I have is it's not a concern, it's more of a question, how long cross-examination of that panel may go, because then we have Panel 6 coming up, and if they don't need to be here this afternoon,
Which is what I'm trying to ascertain.
Thank you.
On my list, I have Panel 7 before Panel 6. Are you suggesting that Panel 6 go before Panel 7?
No, we have Panel 7, the American River experts will follow
Okay.
Group
We'll follow
8.
Group 8. How much time do you anticipate for direct of Panel 7?
I believe that's 40 minutes or so.
Okay.
There's 3 different presentations.
And planned cross of Panel 7?
Trip myself for the Department of Water Resources. I believe since Panel 7 is going to be the technical basis for the American River contractors, we will anticipate up to 3 hours if the board grants that to us.
Okay. I think it's safe to say we will not get to Panel 6 today.
It sounds like that, so I'd like to release them to go do their other things.
Yes, you
Thank
may
you.
do so. And while we are at it, Panel 6, you are anticipating how much time for direct?
I don't represent all of those agencies. I believe that it's 40 minutes to an hour. There's 4 different agencies presenting direct evidence in that panel.
And anticipated cross for Panel 6?
Trip myself, DWR. I would anticipate something just shy of an hour.
Okay.
Rebecca Akeroyd for the San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority. We would anticipate approximately 20 minutes for Panel 6.
Okay. it doesn't matter. What I'm trying to do is plan out for tomorrow. So I am alerting the combined group 7 and 15 who are on this table of order of presentation for part 1B as being in order number 2, that they should be prepared to come tomorrow. Yeah. Except, hold on. Except there was a request this morning by Mr. Alajam, potentially for Dr. Paulson to attend Thursday afternoon. Okay, we're going to have to discuss that during our break. Never mind. For now, Mr. Becerra, you may let your witnesses for panel 6 go for today. We will take them up tomorrow.
We will be here bright and early at 9 a.m. tomorrow with that panel.
Okay. Ms. Nickel?
Hi, Meredith Nickel. I'm here for, I don't represent David Alajam, but for the City of Brentwood, I believe he represented that his expert could be available either tomorrow or next Thursday.
Yes.
Just wanted to make sure
So
that was clear.
we have not yet decided whether to slot them in tomorrow or next Thursday, and that's what we'll need to discuss.
Just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Mr. Kelly?
Yeah, Chair Dudek, I just, a procedural question. There were some objections lodged this morning with respect to the testimony. We provided a very brief response kind of on the fly to that. If the hearing team is going to consider that objection, I'm just wondering whether or not you want a formal response from us to those objections.
We will let you know when we resume.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's go. Was there something else?
Yeah,
Mr.
Chair
Becerra?
Dudek, one question, and this is certainly something we can pick up after lunch, but I believe your direction on seeking to admit exhibits into the record was that we should do that at the close of a group's presentation. So panel 6 will be the close of group 7 presentation. What we'd propose to do, all of that group, would be to offer those exhibits in writing in a day or two after tomorrow, similar to what DWR did.
Okay. Right. With that, not seeing any other hands, we will take our lunch break now, and we will resume at 1:30.
You've also got joint testimony with Group 15.
And I can't speak to how that panel will be handled. I don't represent anyone on that panel. I will defer to their attorneys. I'm certainly happy to have them join our joint effort if that's what they prefer, but they may not.
Yeah, Aaron Ferguson with Sacramento County Water Agency, which is on that joint panel with the East Bay Municipal Utility District. Did you have a specific question?
Well, there was an offer to enter your evidence in for Group 7, and is there a proposal on the table?
Which we are not considering yet because they are not submitting their evidence right now, so work it out and let us know afterwards when we resume. All right, it is 1:30. Welcome back, everyone. All right, a little bit of housekeeping before we begin with groups 8. All right, first of all, let me rule on the Department of Water Resources objection stated earlier today with respect to Group 7, Panel 7's testimony being outside the scope of their NOI. That objection is overruled. It is a late submission. Objections with respect to admissibility was due in September. With respect to Mr. Alajam's request for the City of Brentwood, Group 10, well, part of Group 10's, to present their expert witness, Dr. Paulson, either tomorrow or Thursday, November 3rd. We will hear from Dr. Paulson on Thursday, November 3rd. Also in concert with that, because Dr. Paulson is also testifying on behalf of Antioch, and Mr. Emmerich is there. Mr. Emmerich, you are directed to work with Mr. Alajam and coordinate Dr. Paulson's testimony. We will also take Antioch's case in chief, those that are specific to what Dr. Paulson will be testifying at the same time that she's up here for Brentwood. Hold on, come on up.
So long as we realize that my representative, Mr. Ron Burnell, will not be available until after that.
Correct. We are splitting up your panel to accommodate Dr. Paulson's schedule.
Thank you.
Okay. And then with respect to this whole scheduling as we go along, we're just going to have to play it by ear as we go along. I will do my best with all of your help to try to sort of scope out in advance the next 2-3 days of testimony and cross-examination. And we will just have to do our best to accommodate to the extent that we can without hindering the efficiency of the hearing, the order of direct testimony and cross-examination. So in that light, let me make sure now to let everyone know that today we are hearing from Group 8. Then we also will take up Group 7, Panel 7, calling them back tomorrow if necessary. But we will also likely get to Group 7, Panel 6 tomorrow as well. And to the extent that we have time tomorrow, we will also take up the combined Group 7 and 15 panel that is slotted in the second slot on the order of direct. And actually that goes also for Group 9, Group 10, except for Brentwood, Group 13, Group 15. All of you are on notice that you might be called as early as this week, depending on how it goes. And on Friday, we will begin, well, we will include the remaining witness, Mr. Orm, from Panel 4 of Group 7. And again, we will continue to go down the order of direct in the chart that you all have, that is also posted on the website. So for today, and as we go about, this may change tomorrow, but for today, I'm putting Group 7 and 15, the joint panel, Group 9, Group 10, with the exception of Brentwood, Group 13, and Group 15, the EB Mud only panel. You are all on notice that you may be appearing as early as this week, and you have until 5 p.m. today to send an email to us if you anticipate a scheduling conflict or an inability to appear this week. That's my best estimate projection of the next 2 days as of this moment. We may revisit that tomorrow. Any questions? Mr. Becerra?
One very, very brief clarification for the record. In ruling on DWR's notice of intent objection, I think you said that you were ruling on the objection to Group 7, Panel 7. It's Group 7, Panel 5. I just want to make sure the record's clear.
Was it Group 5? Yes, you're right. It is Group 5.
Hopefully we don't have too
Panel
many.
5, Group 7.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for that correction. Yes. All right. Was there anything else, now that my attorney has joined me, after I've just totally wing it without you, Ms. Heinrich? All right. With that, then we will look to Ms. Nickel to present Group 8's direct.
Thank you.
Do you have an opening statement, or should I swear your witness in now?
I have a very brief opening statement.
Okay.
So thank you, and we'll hold that. I'm Meredith Nickel for the Tehama-Colusa Canal Authority. The authority did submit a written opening statement, but I just want to highlight a couple of things here. The authority, on behalf of its water service contractors within its service area, will offer the testimony of its general manager, Jeff Sutton. The water service contracts that Mr. Sutton will describe entitle the contractors within the authority's service area to a specified amount of water whenever reclamation is able to deliver it. The testimony of Mr. Sutton, together with the testimony offered previously by Mr. Beret and Mr. Easton, show that under a realistic operational scenario, the proposed WaterFix project will reduce allocations to the water service contractors within the Tehama-Colusa Canal Authority below the allocations that reclamation would have been able to make without the proposed project. This alone reveals significant injury to the legal users of water within the authority's service area. And with that, we're ready to present our direct testimony.
All right. Please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth? If so, answer, yes, I do.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Will you please state your name and spell your last for the record?
Jeffrey Park Sutton, S-U-T-T-O-N.
And Mr. Sutton, you understand that you are presenting your testimony today under oath, correct?
Correct.
Are you familiar with what is labeled Exhibit TCCA-1?
I am.
And is Exhibit TCCA-1 an accurate statement of your testimony in this proceeding?
It is.
Mr. Sutton, are you familiar also with the exhibits labeled SVWU 100 through 110, which is the testimony and supporting documentation prepared by MBK engineers for this proceeding?
I am.
Is that testimony and those reports contained in those exhibits the type of information you review and rely on as TCCA's general manager to assess potential risks and impacts to TCCA's water supplies and operations?
Yes, it is regularly.
Mr. Sutton, would you please summarize your written testimony?
Yes. The Tehama-Colusa Canal Authority is a joint powers authority made up of 17 ag water service contractors, all having contracts with the Central Valley Project, Bureau of Reclamation. Our service area is 150,000 acres of irrigated farmland located along the west side of the Sacramento Valley, north of the Delta, in the counties of Yolo, Colusa, Glenn, and Tehama. The Tehama-Colusa Canal Authority operates and maintains a 140-mile dual canal system made up of the Tehama-Colusa Canal and the Corning Canal to service the farmlands served thereby. And TCCA was formed in part to secure a reliable water supply that would meet the needs of the member agencies and to exercise the member agencies' rights to water originating in the Sacramento Valley. The water districts within the TC service area have all executed long-term water service contracts with the Bureau of Reclamation for delivery of CVP water and have renewed those contracts on a long-term basis. Lastly, I'd like to add based on our reliance on the MBK analysis, under a realistic operations scenario for the proposed project, it is reasonable to expect that deliveries to water service contractors within the TC service area will on average decrease by approximately 14,000 acre-feet annually in all year types. Operation of the CVP in this manner will reduce allocations to TC contractors below the allocations reclamation would make without the proposed project, and most of concern to us in below normal years, up to 62,000 acre-feet of lost allocation water supplies.
That concludes my direct examination.
Thank you, Ms. Nickel. Cross-examination by the Department of Water Resources.
The department doesn't have any cross-examination at this time.
There's the Department of Interior. That was a no from Ms. Offenberg. Anyone else wishing to conduct cross-examination? Ms. Ackroyd?
Good afternoon. Rebecca Ackroyd for San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority. Now first, Mr. Sutton, I'd like to briefly confirm that each of TCCA's member agencies are located upstream of the new points of diversion proposed with the WaterFix change petition, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. We could bring up TCCA-1, Mr. Sutton's testimony. Go to page 6, please. Then at lines 19 to 23, there you testify that to the extent that reduced deliveries to water service contractors within TCCA's service area are made in order to increase these supplies to users outside of the area of origin, the proposed project will result in injury to the entities within TCCA's service area. Do you see that?
I'm going to object as mischaracterizing the testimony unless I missed the reference. Could you repeat where you're looking in the testimony?
Page 7, lines 19 to 23.
There it is. There it is. Thank you.
And then in your written testimony, you incorporate Mr. Barre's testimony and his written report by reference, correct?
I apologize. I was trying to catch up to some of your points. Could you ask the question
Sorry,
again?
let me look at my hard copy, make sure I'm citing to the right place.
Is this the right page?
I believe, Mr. Baker, we need to be on page 7.
Oh, yes, that's,
Oh, okay.
sorry.
Thank you. I was struggling.
There we go. Page 7, lines 19 to 23.
Okay.
You can just read that to yourself and then go on to the next point.
Yes, I've read that.
Thank you. And in your written testimony, and I believe in your summary today, you incorporate Mr. Barre's testimony and his written report by reference, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Barre has testified that under his modeling with the tunnels in place, reclamation could deliver more water to CVP contractors south of Delta than it does currently, potentially resulting in less water available for delivery to CVP contractors north of the Delta, correct?
Correct.
Now, Mr. Sutton, in 2010, TCCA filed a lawsuit alleging it had a priority right to CVP water over south of Delta CVP contractors, correct?
Correct.
And in 2011, the district court rejected TCCA's claims. Is that right?
Yes.
The district court also held that TCCA members' existing entitlements to CVP water are governed by the terms of their CVP water service contracts, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Mr. Sutton, are you familiar with this?
I'm very familiar with the case, but trying to pull out individual lines of the holding, which was I want to say over 80 pages, I'd be struggling to recall exactly what it said. So
Okay, yeah, just answer
I'm
to the
probably going
best.
to need to say I don't recall exactly.
Okay.
Do you recall whether the court held that under TCCA's members' contracts, they have no higher priority than CVP water service contractors located south of the Delta?
Generally, I believe that was one of the holdings, yes.
And in 2013, the Ninth Circuit affirmed the district court's decision, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Any additional cross? Not seeing any. Any redirect, Ms. Nichol?
No redirect at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that conclude the direct testimony for Group 8?
It does.
Do you wish to move your exhibits into evidence at this time?
We do.
Hold on a second. We have a technical difficulty, so at this time we are going to take a short break. We will resume at 2 o'clock. we're not back on record. I just wanted to ask Group 7, Panel 7, if you could go ahead and assemble. Ms. Nickel, if you could just stand close by, but you don't have to be right there. We'll take advantage of this long break that I inadvertently gave everyone. All right, thank you all for your patience. We are back in session, and Ms. Nickel, you have concluded your direct testimony and move your evidence, your exhibits into evidence. I just want to note here that there is an outstanding objection filed by the San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority on the grounds that Mr. Sutton's testimony lacks foundation, relevance, is speculative, and calls for legal conclusion. The relevancy objections concerning his testimony about the potential impacts of new delta flow criteria is what I will be focusing on. San Luis and Delta Mendota argue that this is irrelevant because it does not concern the impacts of the proposed changes to points of diversion. Consistent with our October 7th ruling, this issue should be presented in Part 2 of the hearing. Therefore, the relevancy objection is sustained, and the portion of the testimony concerning this issue is not admitted into evidence. The rest of the testimony is admitted into evidence, and we will consider the remaining objections when determining what weight to be afforded to this testimony.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Nickel. All right, with that, we will now return to Group 7, Panel 7, and Mr. Ferguson,
Yes, good afternoon.
you have an opening statement?
I do have a brief opening statement on
So
behalf of
we'll
the
hear-
Sacramento County Water Agency.
Okay, we'll hear that before administering the oath.
Okay, thank you very much. The Sacramento County Water Agency is a special district charged with making water available for the beneficial use of the lands and inhabitants within Sacramento County. The water agency currently serves over 50,000 households and is the primary water supplier for the major growth areas of unincorporated Sacramento County and the cities of Rancho Cordova and Elk Grove. In this proceeding, by and through its partnerships, the water agency has and will present evidence that the petitioner's modeling is flawed and does not accurately represent the state water project and Central Valley project as they would be realistically operated with the project in place. As shown by MBK engineers and as will be discussed tomorrow by Michael Peterson, the agency's engineer, under more realistic operation scenarios, impacts of the project as compared to the no action alternative would reduce the water agency's CVP deliveries and increase the frequency of Term 91 curtailments, thereby affecting availability of the water agency's supplies and reducing carryover storage in Folsom Reservoir, thereby decreasing the likelihood that the water agency's contract totals can be delivered. The water agency, in conjunction with East Bay Mud, will present evidence that the increased frequency and duration of reverse flow events requiring shutdown of the Freeport Regional Water Project intake will constrain the water agency's diversions of both surface and remediated groundwater. Today, excuse me, you will hear from agency experts that will demonstrate that the petitioners have not adequately evaluated the proposed project's potential to detrimentally impact long-term groundwater supplies in the subbasin underlying the central part of Sacramento County and the water agency's service area. The water agency urges this board's careful attention to the protestant's evidence and its demonstration that the petitioners have failed to adequately prove that their proposed project and requested change does not harm other water right holders, including the water agency.
Does that conclude
Complete.
your opening statement?
Yes, it does.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Will the witnesses please rise and raise your right hands? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth? If so, please answer, yes, I do. Thank you. You may begin, Mr. Ferguson.
All right, this afternoon I will be examining Dr. Stefan Mell and Dr. Laura Foglia, who are experts here on behalf of the Sacramento County Water Agency. So Dr. Mell, can you please state your name for the record?
No, I don't think your microphone is on.
Stefan Mail.
Dr. Mel, does Exhibit SCWA 50, with the correction contained in the Notice of Errata and supplemental testimony filed on October 24th, 2016, constitute a true and correct copy of your testimony?
Yes.
Does SCWA 41 contain a true and correct copy of your Statement of Qualifications? Yes. Did you prepare and finalize your testimony for this proceeding?
Yes, with some documents from SCWA.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Foglia, can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Laura Foglia.
Does SCWA 38 contain a true and correct copy of your testimony?
Yes, it does.
And does SCWA 43 contain a true and correct copy of your Statement of Qualifications?
Yes.
And did you prepare and finalize your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Can we please go ahead and bring up SCWA 48 errata?
Uh, 48 errata, or did you mean a different exhibit?
No, 48. Great, thank you. Dr. Mel, can you please introduce yourself and generally summarize your work on behalf of Sacramento County Water Agency in this proceeding?
Yeah, so I'm a professor at California State University, Chico, in the Department of Civil Engineering, and I'm serving as a consultant to Larry Walker and Associates. SCWA had concerns about the potential impacts of the California WaterFix project on groundwater within the Central Basin, which is a management area within the Sacramento South American subbasin, and that's adjacent to where the planned North Delta diversions are located. They requested that we evaluate the potential impact of the California WaterFix on groundwater resources in the South American subbasin. Recognizing that these planned diversions would affect the stream flows and that streams and aquifers are interconnected with one another and they can interact with one another. I reviewed the testimony provided by the petitioners and as well as other analyses looking for impacts on groundwater resources with a particular focus on stream leakage, that is how streams can leak water into the adjacent aquifers.
So can you please explain your understanding of the relationship between the Sacramento River and the South American subbasin?
Yeah, based on the technical information provided by SCWA and information contained within the groundwater management plan, the Sacramento River is hydraulically connected to the South American subbasin, more specifically the Central Basin. And the Sacramento River is a losing river. In other words, water from the river leaks into the aquifer, and so it's a source of recharge for the aquifer.
Can you please explain your understanding of SCWA's groundwater use from the Central Basin?
Yeah, SCWA operates a number of wells that are within a few miles of the planned intakes. They operate a conjunctive use program, so they rely both on surface water and groundwater. In recent years, they've pumped between 20 to 30,000 acre feet per year of groundwater. It depends on the year type, if it's a drier year or wetter year. They have plans for build-out conditions to support up to 60,000 acre feet per year of groundwater. Again, depending on the year type, groundwater can make up about 60 to 65% of the total water supply.
Okay, thank you. So using the graphic we have here on slide 2, can you explain conceptually how the hydraulic relationship between the river and the basin could be evaluated to assess potential impacts of the WaterFix project?
Yeah, so this is a graphic showing a simple analytic solution that characterizes sort of the fundamental behavior between streams and aquifers. What you're seeing is the stream stage being changed on the left-hand side. It's being reduced. And what happens is that stream stage hydraulically propagates into the aquifer. So the groundwater levels will respond to that change in stream stage, and that will cause change in gradients, changes in stream leakage as well. So one thing that does occur is groundwater responds at a much slower time scale than surface water hydraulics. And so the groundwater response will mimic more sort of the average conditions in the stream rather than just, extremes or rapid changes. So what we're talking about are potentially, long-term, cumulative impacts from average changes in stream levels. There's also complex numerical models that can be used to evaluate the connection between streams and aquifers that account for more of the complexities of the real system, considering heterogeneity, multi-dimensional flows, and things like that. Those are less restrictive than the simple analytic solutions, and I can discuss more of that later.
Did you evaluate the petitioner's testimony for any stream leakage analyses?
Yeah, we looked at the potential long-term cumulative impacts of the California WaterFix on groundwater resources, again, particularly paying attention to impacts at groundwater levels and associated changes in stream leakage between the Sacramento River and the adjacent aquifers. A thorough analysis of that interaction between the Sacramento River and downstream, particularly downstream of the diversions, was not provided by the petitioners and or in any of the environmental documents that I reviewed, and that should be part of a more thorough review of the potential impacts of the California WaterFix.
So could you please explain more specifically the sort of analyses you did find in the petitioner's documentation for this proceeding?
Yeah, there was Dr. Tarani's testimony that explained some of the surface hydraulic responses from the diversions using the DSM-2 modeling results, looking at the various operational scenarios and comparing those to the no action alternative, showing that there would be changes in stream levels up to 1.2 feet at high flows and about half a foot at some of the lower flows. Those analyses were based on minimum conditions, which don't occur that frequently, and don't say much about what the average conditions would be, which are more important for how aquifers would respond. And there's no analyses presented on stream aquifer interaction in that testimony. There was also Mr. Munivar's testimony that was more of an overview of the CalSim approach that were used for determining the water supply and what was going on in the Delta, specifically looking at the alternative 4A, which is the preferred alternative. Again, in that testimony, the effects of groundwater and stream aquifer interactions are not presented. There's also the draft EIS in Chapter 7 that actually has a quite extensive analysis of impacts on groundwater resources, and some modeling was done on that. The overall focus of that chapter is on the effects of the impacts to groundwater based on the dewatering and construction operations, and also seepage from the forebays. And I couldn't find any specific details, again, on effects on groundwater recharge and stream leakage based on changes in stream levels downstream of the North Delta diversions. And there was also DWR 218 and Mr. Bednarski's testimony, DWR 57, that again are focused mainly on the construction aspects of the tunneling and so forth, and some of the mitigation strategies for controlling seepage from the forebays.
All right, can you please elaborate on your experience with numerical groundwater models?
Yeah, before joining the faculty at CSU Chico, I worked for the U.S. Geological Survey and the National Research Program, developing capabilities for ModFlow, which is a groundwater simulation tool. I worked on some of the solvers and also local grid refinement capabilities. Currently, I've got some master students and previous master students doing research using the Central Valley model in the northern Sacramento Valley, looking at effects of water transfers on groundwater supplies.
So can you please elaborate on the numerical models that could be used to analyze potential impacts of stream aquifer interactions?
Yeah, there's the C2VSIM model, which is developed and maintained by the California Department of Water Resources. It encompasses the entire Central Valley. There's sort of a USGS counterpart to that, the CVHM Central Valley Hydrologic Model, that also covers the same area in the Central Valley and has been used to look at impacts of on groundwater storage and so forth in the Central Valley. There's also the SAC IGSM, which is built on a precursor to the same platform as the C2VSIM. It's more of a localized model in the Sacramento area that was built for analyzing surface water, groundwater problems or issues in that area. And then also the CVHM-D model, which was used by the petitioners, which is a more refined model of the CVHM model. So it's sort of cut out of that, and it's refined and more detailed representation of the surface water features and features in the delta.
So earlier you mentioned that you'd reviewed the DEIR, DEIS analysis of groundwater impacts and that they used numerical modeling for those analyses. In preparing your testimony for this proceeding, did you review the actual models used for that analysis, or those analyses, excuse me?
Yeah, I reviewed both the CVHM model and the CVHM-D model, and I'm generally familiar with them.
Okay. Can you please describe whether and how the petitioners used those tools to evaluate project impacts on groundwater resources?
Yeah, the CVHM model was used by the petitioners. It was modified from the USGS, U.S. Geological Survey version to include some other things like climate change and what have you. But in that model, the North Delta diversions are not represented in that, and so there's no specific attention given to the stream leakage questions.
And with respect to the CVHM-D model?
Yeah, the CVHM-D models, again, that more refined version within the delta, and this model appears to have been constructed for analyzing impacts on the construction, dewatering, and seepage from the forebays and things like that. And again, no particular attention is given on the stream leakage impacts using that model. Now, it could have been used for that, but it appears that that model was not built for that purpose, and modifications would be necessary to use it for assessing stream leakage. There's also no uncertainty analysis provided for any of those models, so values are given as sort of a truth or absolute, but it would be good to have uncertainty analysis conducted to address these questions of the impacts on stream leakages.
All right, earlier we mentioned that we had to file a correction to your testimony. So did the correction to your testimony change your opinions about whether leakage, whether you could use a CVHM-D to provide reliable results concerning stream leakage?
No, given the issues, I would still need to take a more careful look at the CVHM-D model and consider certain technical refinements to get a better idea of its reliability for assessing stream leakage.
So can you provide me with your overall conclusions from your analysis?
Yeah, petitioners have not addressed the question of the long-term impacts of the California WaterFix on stream leakage along the Sacramento River downstream of the proposed intakes, and there are models available to do that. But it wasn't done, and after looking at them more carefully, I think additional modifications would be needed to those models to address the stream leakage questions.
Okay, thank you very much. That concludes my direct.
Good afternoon, Chair Doduk, Chair Marcus, members of the board and staff. My name is Wes Miliband of Stoll Reeves, and I represent the city of Sacramento. We do not have a statement to offer this morning, or this afternoon rather, but we do seek to elicit testimony specifically from Ms. Starr and Ms. Vondiar.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Starr. Would you please state your first and last name and spell your last name for the record?
Good afternoon. My name is Bonnie Starr, and the last name is Starr.
Thank you. Is Exhibit City SAC 8 a true and correct statement of your written testimony?
Yes, it is.
Is Exhibit City SAC 9 an accurate statement of your professional credentials and experience?
Yes, it is.
Would you please provide a brief description about your professional background?
Certainly. I have a Bachelor's of Science in Civil Engineering. I have a Master's of Science in Engineering. I'm a registered professional civil engineer in the state of California, and I've been working for over 22 years in drinking water supply regarding water quality, water treatment, and source water protection. And as part of that, I've worked with both groundwater and surface water utilities throughout the state of California.
Were Exhibits City SAC 10, 25, 26, 27, 28, and 32 prepared by you or at your direction?
Yes, they were.
Thank you. Ms. Vondiar, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name, first and last, and spell your last name for the record?
Pravani Vandia, last name spelled Vandeyar.
Thank you. Is Exhibit City SAC 6 a true and correct statement of your written testimony?
Yes, it is.
Did anyone assist you with the preparation of your written testimony?
Yes, it was a collaborative effort between city staff and our consultant, Bonnie Starr. We did a lot of writing together and reviewing back and forth.
And is Exhibit City SAC 7 an accurate statement of your professional credentials and experience?
Yes, it is.
Are Exhibits City SAC 29 and 30 true and correct copies of the documents each of those purports to be?
Yes.
Mr. Baker, would you please pull up Exhibit City SAC 10? Thank you. Ms. Starr, referring to Exhibit City SAC 10, would you please explain what is illustrated on this exhibit?
Certainly. Well, this exhibit highlights my testimony regarding the potential water quality impacts that could be caused by the California WaterFix project, which would injure the city of Sacramento's municipal use, primarily in terms of increased source water temperatures, which could result in increases in treated water disinfection byproduct levels and the presence of cyanobacteria or blue-green algae in the source water. So based on my understanding of the proposed operation of the California WaterFix project, which is most recently described in the recirculated draft EIR, supplemental draft EIS, as alternative 4A with operational scenarios H3 to H4, it appears that it'll be likely that there'll be an increase in the frequency of lower upstream reservoir storage, especially in the late summer and early fall, and that is projected to result in an increase in downstream source water temperatures and reduced flows in the rivers. The California WaterFix project documents do not present any analysis of temperature effects related to the municipal use or an analysis of blue-green algae upstream of the delta. And yet the information shows that these both have the potential to occur, and if they did, they would cause an impact to the ability to use the water for drinking water supply. So given the critical nature of water temperature in terms of as a characteristic of water supply, because it affects the presence and concentration of other constituents in the water, as well as the effectiveness of the drinking water treatment processes themselves, the project documents do document that they understand that upstream reservoir storage affects the downstream temperature. But I wanted to prepare graphics specific to the city of Sacramento So if you look at Exhibit City SAC 10, on the left side are two graphs. On the top, both of these represent the water temperature at the city's surface water
Hold on,
treatment
Ms. Starr.
plants.
Hold on a second. If I could ask Mr. Baker to focus on, thank you, and make it a little bit bigger.
It helps.
Okay.
Yes, certainly. So these graphs present the storage of the reservoir and the water temperature at the city's drinking water treatment plants. So on the top, we have the Folsom Lake storage, which is on the axis on the right side, and it's acre feet. And on the left is the temperature at the EA Fairburn water treatment plant. The temperature is represented by the blue line, and the storage is represented by the green line. I only put Folsom Reservoir on here because it is the only reservoir upstream of the city's Fairburn water treatment plant. On the figure on the bottom is a presentation of similar concept. On the left, we have the temperature, and on the right, we have a percent of storage. And so this is for the Sacramento River water treatment plant. And again, the blue line is the temperature at the water treatment plant. That's of the raw water. And you'll see three lines. There's a green line, which represents the percent of Shasta. The red line presents the percent capacity of Folsom, and the purple line represents the percent capacity of Oroville. I used percent capacity on this one because the storage volumes are so different at the three reservoirs. It was difficult to see them, and this represented them with more normalized effect. So I chose to use the previous 6 years to the project, and as it worked out, that was a good representation of multiple water year types. We have some below normal years, some wet years, some dry years, and 2 critical years at the end. And so what this shows is that, very simply, you can see as the storage reservoir levels decline, so the temperature of the treatment plants goes up. And it becomes very prominent as you go into subsequent years in 2013, 14, and 15. Those drought effects really become obvious. And the concern is that this condition will occur more frequently under proposed operation of the California WaterFix project. So the key impacts that are associated with increases in source water temperature is that we have the potential for disinfection byproduct levels to increase in our treated water. If you look to the right side of the exhibit, there's a graph regarding chloroform potential growth over time at various water temperatures. So this is just a general representation to show what can happen with disinfection byproduct levels over time. And the reason chloroform is a simple example is that's one of the prime total trihalomethanes that's developed when you use chlorination. And it represents a large amount of the disinfection byproduct in the city. And it is a regulatory standard. And so this is important to understand because you have to comply with these regulatory standards. So as you can see, as temperature increases on those curves, the ultimate production of chloroform increases as well. Another key impact associated with increases in source water temperature is the potential presence of blue-green algae in the source water. Generally, you can see that it's known that 20 degrees Celsius is sort of a break point. And on the left side, on those charts regarding temperature and storage, I actually drew a line for both of those. It's a red line, horizontal. It shows the 20-degree threshold. And that just shows where the reservoirs went above that point. I'm sorry, it's the temperature at the city's drinking water treatment plants went above that point. So blue-green algae are also known as cyanobacteria, and they have the potential to produce cyanotoxins. 2 cyanotoxins have U.S. EPA health advisories at this time, and 4 of them are under consideration for primary drinking water standards. These are a real threat to public health in terms of an acute health impact. In addition to temperature, water column stability, which is generally represented by low velocities or higher residence times, they contribute to the presence of blue-green algae as well in the source water. The modeling that was conducted for California WaterFix regarding the residence times was only performed in the Delta. It was not conducted in the vicinity of the city's intake facilities, which are located just above the formally defined Delta. But those results that are for the North Delta available from the modeling in the California WaterFix documents do show that the North Delta has significant increases in residence time and the lower velocities. So it's possible that those could migrate up and cause impact at the city's intake facilities. In addition, the modeling presented in California WaterFix documents does show that there's reductions in river flows, and that also could contribute to that water column stability. Now, historically, the city of Sacramento on the lower American River and the Sacramento River has not had these conditions occur that could contribute to the presence of blue-green algae. The flows with the recent drought effects, though, we started to see very low flows and much higher temperatures, as you can see on the charts up there. And so there was concern in 2015 that perhaps that these are something that the city should begin to analyze for. So the city analyzed for them and did not detect any in 2015. But again, the continuation of the drought into 2016, the city elected to continue monitoring. And unfortunately, they actually were detected at both intakes to the treatment plants, cyanotoxins. And this is a very serious implication for them. And so the actual data that we have shown on the bottom right of exhibit, these are just 2 examples of results. There are more. What they show is that California WaterFix identified that we don't have the conditions existing at our sources to warrant evaluation upstream of the delta. But in fact, the real data shows that it is detected, it has been, and it should have been evaluated. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Starr. When you refer to the City of Sacramento's treatment plants, can you briefly describe your understanding as to where those plants are located to help supplement the statements you just provided?
Certainly. The City of Sacramento has 2 surface water treatment plants. The EA Fairburn Water Treatment Plant is located on the lower American River. It's actually right near the Howe Avenue Bridge crossing. And the Sacramento River Water Treatment Plant is located on the Sacramento River just below the confluence with the American River. So it's actually just a few hundred feet down from that confluence. It's the Dragonfly intake on the river there by the railroad station yard.
And based upon your professional experience and the analysis you've provided for these proceedings, what is your opinion as to how California WaterFix impacts the City of Sacramento?
Yeah, my review of the data and combined with my experience and professional knowledge shows that there are times where operations of California WaterFix could jeopardize the city's ability to use the water due to these water quality implications.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Becerra?
Thank you very much, Ryan Becerra, representing the same clients as this morning. We'll be presenting testimony of Jeff Weaver, so if we could please pull up Exhibit ARWA 102. Thank you. Mr. Weaver, please state your name for the record.
My name is Jeffrey Weaver.
And have you taken the oath in this hearing?
Yes.
Is Exhibit ARWA 100 your testimony?
Yes, it is.
Is Exhibit ARWA 101 a correct statement of your qualifications?
Yes.
Are Exhibits BKS 12 and BKS 13 referenced in your testimony?
Yes, they are.
Did you prepare those exhibits?
I did.
Are Exhibits ARWA 102 through ARWA 106 referenced in your testimony?
Yes, they are.
Did you prepare Exhibits ARWA 102, 105, and 106?
Yes, I did.
Is there anything about your testimony that you would like to correct?
Not that I can think of, thank you.
Okay, could we pull up slide 2, please? How have you been involved in the development of the CalSim 2 model?
I've been doing modeling of California water for the last 17 years. I've been involved in several CalSim 2 projects for the Department of Water Resources, for the Bureau of Reclamation, the Corps of Engineers, and several local water agencies and water districts. I've specifically been involved in several American River modeling projects. I'm under contract at the Corps of Engineers. I've worked on their water control manual model. The CalSim that fed into their modeling. And then I've also worked as a consultant to the Water Forum and their modeling representation of their flow management standard.
And how specifically have you been involved in CalSim 2's depiction of American River operations?
As part of our contract to the Corps of Engineers for the Water Control Manual update, HDR developed the CalSim 2 representation of the American River that is, as far as I can tell, used by the project proponents in their modeling of the California WaterFix. That was developed through concurrence with Reclamation. And then we subsequently, as part of my work with the Water Forum, continued to evolve that work and continued to enhance and improve upon the representation of operations of the Lower American River.
How did you develop your testimony, Exhibit ARWA 100?
I downloaded the 5 Cal WaterFix models from the SWRCB website. And I initially reviewed the critical years that were, and reviewed Folsom Reservoir and American River operations in critical years. Then as part of that review, I focused on the period of January 1932 through December of 1933.
Why did you focus on that 1932 to 1933 period?
As I looked at that period, it was a very interesting sequence of years where we had a below normal year that led into a critical year. And we went from a very full reservoir to an empty reservoir. And it seemed to be, it was reminiscent of recent years.
Did you conduct any original modeling in preparing your testimony?
No, I did not.
You only reviewed the petitioner's modeling, correct?
That's correct.
Can you please explain what is shown in the figures on slide 4?
Sure. So these 2 figures are the bulk of my testimony, and you'll see them repeated over and over again. What we have is in the upper figure, it's Folsom Reservoir storage under the 5 alternatives between January 1932 and December of 1933. The lower figure has American River flows below Nimbus Dam for the same 5 alternatives for the same period. In each of these figures, the no action alternative is represented with the black line. The boundary 1 alternative is represented with the blue line. The H3 alternative is green line. And the H4 is purple. And the boundary 2 is red.
So just to clarify, the black line on these slides represents the modeling results for the no action alternative, correct?
That's correct.
And the other lines represent the modeling results for the with action scenarios, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
And I've also on this figure added lines to show the water year delineation between water year 1932 and water year 1933, and indicated what the Sacramento Valley Index water year type was for those 2 water years.
Okay, we're now on slide 5. Can you please explain generally what these 2 graphs show?
Sure. So here we're focusing on the operations in May of 1932 through August 1932. And so what we see at the end of May of 1932, the Folsom Reservoir, the simulated storage under all alternatives is at its maximum pool. And then subsequent to that, in June, the H4 alternative simulated releases go up to 5,000 CFS. And then in July of 1932, the other 3 action alternatives releases all go to 5,000 CFS. And we see this manifest itself in a storage differential that starts in June of 1932 with the H4 alternative, and then grows under the other 3 alternatives, or all 4 action alternatives show increasing storage differential between themselves and the no action alternative through July and August.
So just to clarify, so in July and August of 1932, the with action scenarios released significantly more water from Folsom Reservoir than the no action scenario, correct?
That is correct.
And by approximately how much did the with action scenarios draw down Folsom Reservoir relative to the no action scenario?
By the end of August of 1932, there was a almost 200,000 acre foot storage differential between alternatives.
And how does that drawdown compare with the total storage capacity of Folsom Reservoir?
The total storage capacity of Folsom is nominally 1 million acre feet, actually slightly less than that. So that represents about a 20% additional drawdown.
Thank you. We're now on slide 6. Can you please explain what slide 6 shows?
Sure. So in the period of September 1932 through February of 1933, we see that the storage differential that was created by August of 1932 essentially persists through the end of February of 1933. There is some difference in flows between alternatives, both greater and less than the flows that occurred, the simulated flows that occurred under the no action alternative, but more or less that storage differential that was created in July and August persists.
And the 1933 water year began on October 1st, 1933, correct?
That is correct.
And that water year is a critically dry water year in the modeling?
That is correct.
These results then show that the with action scenarios have substantially less Folsom Reservoir storage than the no action scenario going into the critically dry 1933, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. We're now on to slide 7. Can you please explain what slide 7 shows?
Sure. In February of 1933, Folsom Reservoir storage is under the Boundary 2 alternative is below 200,000 acre feet. And under the other 3 action alternatives, the storage is below 300,000 acre feet. This triggers what we call an off-ramp. And the flows subsequently in March of 1933 dropped down to the absolute regulatory minimum defined by Decision 893 in the modeling under the action alternatives, while the flows under the no action alternative remain at more or less their level in February.
And how realistic are the operations of the American River that occur in 1933 in petitioner's modeling in the with project scenarios?
I don't believe that is a realistic operation that reclamation would reduce flows down to that level under that situation. We did not see that in the past several years. They did not drop flows to that level in light of low storage.
Okay. Moving to slide 8, can you please explain why you have reached the conclusion that those operations are not realistic?
Sure. So this is a description of the off-ramp condition that I previously referenced. And this is contained in the 2006 Flow Management Standard, or I'll probably refer to it as FMS later. And it was incorporated into NIMS 2009 biological opinion. And basically the 2006 FMS indicates that if Folsom Reservoir storage is forecasted to fall below 200,000 acre feet at any point within the next 12 months, then the minimum release is allowed to drop to as low as 250 CFS between January 1st and September 15th, and as low as 500 CFS in September 16th through December 31st. The WaterFix modeling includes what we would call a step function, where if the forecast indicates storage of less than 200,000 acre feet, then it triggers a drop to that minimum allowable level. And it's generally applied at the Decision 893 is for flows throughout the lower American River. It's not necessarily just at the Nimbus Dam. And so while the modeling may indicate a release of something on the order of 500 CFS, it's being operated to meet nominally 250 CFS at the mouth.
Have you previously identified this issue with calcium modeling of lower American River operations?
The water forum technical team was reviewing this sort of operation and saw behavior very identical to what is reflected in the WaterFix modeling, and took modified the logic so that rather than dropping all the way down to the 250 or 500 CFS, it reduced the MRR just to a level that would maintain storage at or above 200,000 acre feet.
And by MRR, do you mean minimum release requirement
Yes,
at
I do.
Nimbus
I'm sorry.
Dam?
That is the release from Nimbus Dam, yes.
So you have, in your work for the Water Forum, you have modified calcium to more realistically reflect how the off-ramp would work on the American River, correct?
That's correct. We working with biologists, tried to find a operation that would be more a more responsible management of the water.
Thank you. So moving on to slide 9, can you please explain how realistic the recovery of Folsom Reservoir storage in the spring of 1933 of the with action scenarios relative to the no action scenario, how realistic is that recovery in the with action scenarios?
Since the off-ramp seems to have been unrealistically applied, that there's a substantial storage reduction, or excuse me, storage recovery that occurred due to the nearly 1,000 CFS of flow differential in March of 1933. That flow differential contributed substantially to recovering the storage under the action alternatives relative to the no action alternative.
So how realistic is that recovery in petitioners with action scenarios?
That's not a realistic operation for the previously stated problems with the March 1933 operations.
Moving on to slide 10, what operations in petitioners' Cal WaterFix modeling occur on the American River in June 1933?
In the period of April through May of 1933.
I apologize.
We see a gradual storage, a continued storage recovery, largely driven, I suspect, by balancing storage between Shasta and Folsom reservoirs.
Thank you. Moving on to slide 11. Now, in petitioners' Cal WaterFix modeling, what operations occur on the American River in June 1933?
So what we see here is that under the boundary 1, H3, and H4 alternatives, storage has recovered to approximately 20,000 acre feet below the storage from the no action and boundary 2 at the end of May of 1933. That 20,000 acre foot difference results in an off-ramp being re-triggered under the boundary 1, H3, and H4 alternatives, and we see flows being subsequently reduced in June of 1933. The no action alternative and boundary 2 alternatives did not have that same no action, off-ramp, and we see a substantial increase in flows there, and creating a storage differential that is by June of 1933.
And how realistic are those operations in June 1933 in a critically dry year?
It is highly unrealistic that in light of the low storage and the low snowpack, sorry, I can't say low snowpack. I don't know what snowpack was. But in that time of year, with that low of storage, that reclamation would operate Folsom Reservoir at 4,000 CFS under either the no action or boundary 2 alternatives.
Moving on to slide 12. In petitioners' California WaterFix modeling, what operations on the American River are modeled to occur in July and August of 1933?
So the off-ramp was indicated for all alternatives in July of 1933. And so there's a reduction in flow. And then in August 1933, the model, under all scenarios, releases any remaining storage above the minimum pool and effectively drives the reservoir storage down to its minimum pool by the end of August 1933.
And how realistic are those modeled operations?
I think that that's very unrealistic that in those conditions, reclamation would release between 3,500 and 4,000 CFS, pushing the reservoir to minimum storage.
And by those conditions, do you mean in that period of a critically dry water year?
That's correct, I'm sorry.
We're now on slide 13. In petitioner's California WaterFix modeling, what operations on the American River are modeled to occur in September of 1933 and the remainder of calendar year 1933?
In September, October, November, the model essentially releases all available flow and holds reservoir storage at its minimum pool. And then inflows pick up in December, and so storage is allowed to recover somewhat.
Moving on to slide 14. What conclusions have you reached based on your review of petitioner's California WaterFix modeling for 1932 and 1933?
We've the summary is that there were excessive releases in June and July of 1932, and under the action alternatives, created a storage deficit relative to the no action alternative that persisted through the end of a below normal year into the following critically dry year. There was some storage recovery that occurred in March through May of 1933 due to an unrealistic implementation of the off-ramp condition. And then there was a subsequently large, unrealistically large release in August 1933 that pushed storage down to the minimum pool. Then the minimum then there was no, the model did not recover any storage through into the fall and just kept it at minimum pool.
Thank you very much. That completes our direct examination for this witness.
Thank you. Does that conclude your direct for this entire panel?
I believe so, subject to the other counsel here telling me otherwise.
All right, thank you. Let me check in with the court reporter. Are you okay if we keep going until about 3:30 and then we'll take another break? All right. With that, then, Department of Water Resources, please come on up for your cross-examination. As they're doing that, feel free to stand up and stretch. And just for everyone's information, given that the department has at least anticipated 3 hours of cross-examination, we will be staying until 6 o'clock today. Ready, Mr. Berliner?
Yes.
All right, please proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Berliner, an attorney for the Department of Water Resources. I'm here this afternoon with Trip Mizell and Jolianne Ainsley, also representing the department. Mr. Mizell and I will be sharing the cross-examination responsibilities. Mr. Weaver, I'd like to start with you if I might. Did you draft what's been marked as ARWA Exhibit 100?
Yes.
And did you have any assistance preparing that exhibit?
Mr. Becerra assisted me.
And in what way did he assist you?
He provided a template, and he helped me put it into my statement and put in formatting.
Did he help you with the substance of your statement?
Not that I can recall.
And did anybody else assist you in drafting the exhibit?
No.
And are the opinions that you've expressed today solely based on the testimony contained in your Exhibit 100 as well as ARWA Exhibit 102?
Objection misstates the testimony. His testimony is based on his review of petitioner's modeling.
I'm not stating his testimony. I'm asking him a question.
What is your question again?
Question is whether the opinions that were expressed by Mr. Weaver are based solely on ARWA 100 and everything that's mentioned in there, and ARWA 102 and everything that's mentioned in there.
Which would include analysis of petitioner's modeling. Please answer, Mr. Weaver.
Yes.
Thank you. Based on your analysis of the WaterFix modeling, I understand you reached 3 opinions, correct?
I think that on my last slide I had more than 3 opinions expressed. Are you saying only 3 or at least 3? I'm not clear on the question.
Well, I'm referring to your testimony, paragraph 34. Perhaps we could pull that up. If you could go to paragraph 34, please.
This is ARWA 100.
So just to clarify, do I understand correctly that based on your paragraph 34, you reached 3 conclusions contained in paragraphs A, B, and C?
That is correct.
And are there any other conclusions that you reached?
I'm not sure. These are the 3 which I'm testifying about, I guess. I'm not sure.
Thank you. Just trying to clarify. Now, do I understand that your analysis is based on the years 1932 and 1933?
Correct.
And those are a 2-year cycle out of the entire 82-year calcium cycle, correct?
That is correct.
And you indicated that you, in your paragraph 33, that you chose 1932 and 1933 because they were particularly instructive. And you used that phrase, particularly instructive. What do you mean by that?
Mr. Baker, could we scroll up to that paragraph?
It would be in the second sentence of that paragraph.
I think it was particularly instructive because, as I stated, it's a below normal year followed by a critically dry year. And we also had other conditions such as a full reservoir in the below normal year and a nominally empty reservoir in the following critical year.
And was there any reason that you did not pick another 2-year sequence out of the 82-year calcium history?
This was, as best I can recall, the period that really had had all these elements all in one place.
Did you check other 2-year sequences?
I did not look at every 2-year sequence, no.
So is it possible then that a 2-year sequence that you characterized as a below normal year followed by a critically dry year might disclose different information than the 1932-33 sequence?
It is possible.
And was it key to part of your analysis that it was a below normal year followed by a critically dry year?
Yes, it is.
Are you familiar with CDEC?
Yes.
What is CDEC?
California Data Exchange Commission.
And what is that used for?
It's a data repository for data flow and reservoir elevation storage data.
And is that a database that's typically used by modelers such as yourself in order to gain information about various year types and flows, et cetera?
I have used CDEC for that purpose.
And did you use it here?
I did not.
Could you, Mr. Baker, please pull up DWR Exhibit 552? Sir, does this exhibit look familiar to you as a page out of CDEC?
Yes, it does.
Mr. Baker, could you scroll down to 1932 and 1933? Thank you. We have hard copies that will pass out for the convenience of the witness and counsel and the board. Mr. Weaver, when you were determining what year types to look at, you were basing that on the Sacramento River Index, correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Baker, if you wouldn't mind to just scroll up to the top of the document. Stop there. And by the Sacramento Valley Index, that would be the left-hand side of the chart, and the San Joaquin Valley would be the right-hand side of the chart, correct?
I believe this is representative of historical Sacramento Valley indices.
And Mr. Baker, if you could now scroll down, why don't you stop right there? And there is a column that has various columns with year type, then numbers, and then there's a column that has initials W, BN, D. We agree that W is wet and BN is below normal?
Yes.
And a D would be dry?
Yes.
And an AN would be above normal? And C would be critically dry, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you see that 1932 is highlighted?
I do.
And do you see that on CDEC, 1932 is labeled as a dry year?
Objection. It's irrelevant. Mr. Weaver's testimony clearly states in paragraph 14, these water years are classified according to the Sacramento Valley Index, which was adjusted for climate change and defined as an input in DWR's CalSim-2 modeling. So his analysis is based entirely on petitioner's modeling, which includes some climate change and is not based on historical CDEC classifications.
Mr. Boliner?
I think the witness is capable of answering that question rather than counsel.
Actually, I'm curious as to where you're going with this.
Well, I'm looking at CDEC, and we may have a difference of opinion as to what the year type is, but I want to establish on what basis he concluded that it was a below normal year rather than a dry year.
All right. Go ahead and answer, Mr. Weaver.
As I indicated in my testimony, I determined the water year types based upon the CalSim-2 output rather than the historical water year types classifications. So the implication is that in the CalSim-2, 1932 was a below normal year, what the climate change reflected.
So in fact, then this does not reflect what the historical CDEC records indicate, correct?
That's correct.
Referring to your testimony at paragraph 10, sort of a general question for you, sir. Is it common practice for a planning model approach to apply a consistent set of operational rules to a range of hydrologic conditions?
Yes, that's common practice.
So in other words, you don't use specific rules for specific years, correct?
I believe that you would use specific rules corresponding to individual year's hydrology.
Okay, as opposed to an individual year, correct? In other words, distinguishing between a particular year and a year type of, let's say, a dry year or a critical year, et cetera.
Every year, the conditions are determined based upon that year's, or the operational rules are determined by that year's conditions. So particularly in the American River, they're not determined by water year type classification. There's indices that drive the water year, the minimum flow requirements rather than year type classifications.
Okay. And what about for the Sacramento River?
I can't claim to be an expert on the Sacramento River operations.
Thank you. And is it typical that you would hardwire a specific operation in for a specific year, or do you apply a more general set of rules?
The rules are general.
And isn't it correct that some individual years may not exactly represent intended I should say, strike that. Isn't it true that some individual years that are modeled may not exactly represent intended operations for that year?
That is correct.
And if I wanted to look at a whole at the calcium simulation period, what kinds of displays or results might I take a look at?
Take a look at exceedance probabilities, as was included in the project proponent's testimony. You could look at time series, and you could look at long-term averages, or you can look at other statistical indicators.
And in fact, you plotted exceedances for Folsom storage, correct?
I have plotted exceedances for Folsom storage, yes.
And would one example of that be Exhibit BKS 12? Could be familiar with that?
Could we pull that one up?
Maybe we could pull that up, Mr. Baker. It was one of the examples mentioned by your counsel.
Yes.
Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
And did you prepare that?
I did.
Could we scroll to slide 3, Mr. Baker, please? You familiar with this slide?
Yes.
And did you prepare it?
I did.
And looking at this slide 3, which is end of September Folsom Reservoir storage, isn't it true that in the driest years there's little to no difference between the no action alternative and all the project alternatives?
Objection misstates the evidence. There is a disparity between the no action alternative and the project alternatives in very dry conditions from approximately the 92nd exceedance to the 95th exceedance.
Mr. Berliner, please reframe your question.
Well, Frank, I'd like to respond to Mr. Bezerra's objection, which is, I asked the witness a question and counsel has now testified regarding the response to my question. And I think if he has an objection as to the form of the question, that's fine. But to interpret the drawing on behalf of the witness seems inappropriate. And I think the witness, since he prepared the chart, is perfectly capable of answering my question.
What is your question again?
My question is, isn't it true that in the driest years, there's little to no difference between the no action alternative and all project alternatives?
Mr. Weaver?
Under conditions, the 95th percentile and drier, there is little difference in storage.
Thank you. We discussed at the beginning of your testimony the conclusions that you reached in paragraph 34. Mr. Baker, if we could pull that up for convenience, please. Other direction, sorry. Thank you. Now, the first conclusion is based on year 1933, correct?
Yes.
And regarding the second and third conclusions marked B and C, are those conclusions based on your belief that the American River coding is not how you would have performed it?
That is correct.
Isn't it true that the modeling assumptions for the California WaterFix that were presented in this proceeding have the same American River rules for both the no action alternative as well as the other project alternatives?
That is correct.
Again, some general questions for you, sir. Would you agree that CalSim is most reliable when it's used in a comparative mode?
I think that that is generally correct, assuming that the model is reflecting realistic operations, generally realistic operations.
And would you agree that it's an improper use of the model to use it in an absolute mode?
Again, I think for purposes of drawing overall conclusions, I think that's accurate. With the caveat that assuming that the modeling is generally realistic.
Understood. And isn't it true that when using CalSim in a comparative mode, you need to have all assumptions the same in the no action alternative and the alternatives, except for the assumption regarding the particular action?
That's correct.
In your testimony, you offered a potential observation on page 10 that I wanted to ask you a question about. And just to refer you specifically, there's a paragraph 32A, and at the end of that paragraph, you state that the fact that the other with project scenarios did not take advantage of the available off-ramp indicates that modeling of factors outside of the American River Basin were causing the California WaterFix modeling to maintain higher releases from Folsom Reservoir during this month of the critically dry 1933. Do you see that sentence?
Yes.
What are you referring to as possible factors outside of the American River Basin?
I didn't evaluate, I didn't try to determine what those were. When I reviewed the modeling, I saw that as you indicated, all the models included the same logic for the American River, and the fact that there was a relatively small difference in storage leading into this period, that that something could have been the WaterFix, could have been something else, was causing releases to go up relative to the no action alternative.
You don't have any opinions to what those other factors might have been, though?
I didn't investigate that at all, no.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you. And I forgot, and Mr. Becerra this time did not remind me, to ask you to outline your topics of cross-examination. I think for each witness, as you begin your cross-examination, if you would outline those topic areas, it will be helpful for us to follow along. So I guess, Mr. Mizell, are you up next? And you will be cross-examining which witness, and what is your topic areas?
I'll be cross-examining Ms. Vandiar. And generally talking about the temperature and reservoir level correlation.
All right, which actually was her testimony. So go ahead.
Hello, Ms. Vandiar.
Hi.
Am I saying your name correctly?
That's correct.
Okay, good. Thank you. Did you draft what has been marked as Exhibit City SAC-6?
Yes.
And did anyone assist you in drafting the testimony of SAC-6?
Yes, it was a collaborative effort between city staff, our consultant Bonnie Starr. We wrote it together to ensure factual accuracy of the water quality information.
Other than Ms. Starr, what other staff helped you prepare the testimony?
Within the city, Alyssa Coleman, Cheryl Hoon. There was some discussion with our city's council on certain aspects of it. Those are the people that I can remember off the top of my head. It's a process that occurred quite a while ago.
Thank you. Are you offering any opinions in your testimony today?
Excuse me?
Are you offering any opinions in your testimony today?
Yes.
And what particularly is the basis of the opinions that you've identified in your testimony?
A couple of things. One is based on the analysis that the city's expert witness here today, Bonnie Starr, has indicated through her analysis. And then based on my experience with water quality and the city's treatment processes, utilizing that information from her analysis.
Is it correct to state that you are not designated as an expert for purposes of this proceeding?
That's correct. Bonnie Starr's the city's designated expert.
Okay. The department would initially move to strike paragraphs 8, 10, 11, 13, 15, 17, 19, and 21 through 35 as improper expert testimony beyond the scope of a layperson.
Mr. Milibran?
Thank you, Chair Doduk. I would initially respond that the purpose of the testimony doesn't necessarily require quote-unquote designated expert testimony, but instead looking to the witness's credentials and her experience is reflected in the city's exhibit, which is specifically exhibit number City SAC-7. This witness has 20 years of experience with a bachelor's and a master's in chemistry and has clearly stated that her personal evaluations and analysis were done based upon her professional experience, and Ms. Starr assists with that. So she's utilizing her independent professional experience and training to reach these conclusions.
Thank you. We'll take that under consideration for now.
And Chair Dodek, if I may, since Mr. Mazel had identified what I've taken down as, looks like approximately 20 paragraphs of the testimony, I'd like to reserve the opportunity, if the city feels the need, to submit some supplemental response to address the motion to strike.
All right.
Thank you.
So, if we're ready, would it be then fair to say that your conclusions in your testimony are based primarily upon the work of Bonnie Starr?
It's a combination of Bonnie's work and my experience.
Okay, if I could take an example real quick, could we bring up City of Sac 6, looking at page 4, paragraph 9? So, looking at paragraph 9, is this paragraph based upon any work other than that of Bonnie Starr?
Objection to the extent asked and answered.
Mr. Mizell, she has answered that her testimony is based on Ms. Starr's work as well as her own experience. What additional information are you seeking from her?
With regard to this particular conclusion, she doesn't cite her own experience, and so I'm just trying to get clarity as to which portions of her testimony she relied more heavily upon Ms. Starr and which she relied upon her own work.
All right, please answer.
So what I would have relied on Ms. Starr for was information in terms of the reservoir operations. That's not what my expertise is in, and the modeling output that she evaluated. But in terms of the water temperature and its impact on DBP formation as well as the algal growth, that would be based on my experience as well.
Okay, so to be clear, the two key potential water quality impacts are based upon both your experience and Ms. Starr's work.
That's correct.
Thank you. If we could also go to page 7, paragraphs 15 and 16. So starting with paragraphs 15, is paragraph 15, did you draft paragraph 15 relying both upon Ms. Starr's work and your own?
That's correct.
And with regards to paragraph 16?
That would be mostly based on Ms. Starr's analysis of the WaterFix.
Okay, thank you. I'll move on to another topic at this point.
I'm sorry, are you moving off this witness?
No, just moving off of the points that I've just been making on which testimony she's relying upon.
Before you do that, though, I just pulled up the department's objections to testimony and exhibits submitted by the City of Sacramento. Could you direct me to where in that document do you make an objection with respect to striking paragraphs 8, 10, 11, 13, 15, 17, 19, and 21 through 25?
I don't believe we addressed it at the time we filed our objections. It was my understanding that the initial round of objections and the due date was primarily focused upon evidence that we were moving to strike based upon it being outside the scope of the hearing, or more properly addressed in part 2. These motions to strike are based upon Evidence Rule 800 and 801 and are more specific to the details of the testimony. It was not my understanding that that form of objection was due back at the former due date.
The purpose of the deadline for submitting objections based on admissibility was so that all the parties would have advanced knowledge of which witnesses to present and obviously other parties, which witnesses to conduct cross-examination on. So in that aspect, Mr. Mizell, I will have to correct you in that that was the intent and that was the focus on objections with respect to admissibility. So for that purpose, I will go ahead and overrule your objection. That was just made with respect to this witness.
Chair Dodok, if I may just request for clarification for record purposes, is that overruling specifically the motion to strike those paragraphs?
That is correct.
Thank you for the clarification.
Now you may proceed on your next line of questioning, Mr. Mizell.
Thank you.
And please note again that my ruling will remain consistent with respect to surprise objections and motions to exclude based on admissibility. That should have been done by the September deadline that we imposed.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Vandiar, in general, does a correlation indicate a causation?
Not in general, it would depend on the circumstance.
And what particularly about the circumstance would lead a correlation to equate to a causation?
Objection. It just vague, at least to me, if we could just request some clarification or rephrasing by Mr. Mizell.
Mr. Mizell, respond or refrain?
Certainly. The witness responded that generally, but in certain circumstances, they would be equivalent. And I'm trying to determine from her perspective what those circumstances would be.
All right, please answer.
It's difficult to answer the question because it is so generalized. And from the scientific perspective, it's easier if you have information so that I can answer that. But I'm assuming we're talking about the correlation between increased temperatures and the growth of algal toxins, algae in the rivers, as well as DBP formation. And that correlation has been established by scientific research by a number of different entities. So there is a correlation between those in this instance, or these two instances.
If I may have just a second.
Actually, this is now a good time for a break anyway, unless, that's fine?
That's fine.
All right, let's go ahead and take our afternoon break, and we will resume, which clock am I looking at? Okay, we will resume at 3:45 based on that clock. It is 3:45. We are back in session. Mr. Mizell, please continue with your cross-examination. Oh, not yet.
Thank you. Rebecca Aykroyd for the San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority. Because it relates to Mr. Mizell's objections that were previously discussed, I wanted to note to the hearing officers that the San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority does have pending written objections regarding the testimony of Ms. Van Diar on essentially the same grounds as in a municipal lay opinion testimony. So I wanted to renew our written objection on that point. Thank you.
Have you already submitted those written objections?
Yes, in September.
Thank you. Then we will get to that when we get to that.
Thank you.
I am ruling against surprise objections of admissibility, not those that have already been submitted. Right. Mr. Mizell, are you going on to your next witness, or?
No, just a couple of follow-up questions for Ms. Bandiar. So prior to the break, Ms. Vandiar, you indicated that that there was some research out there that gave you confidence in the correlation between temperatures and algae growth. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Or is that research indicative of a causation between temperatures being a factor in algae growth?
Yes.
Mr. Mizell, actually, I'm going to ask you to move away from your microphone a little bit.
Very good.
I was actually having difficulty hearing because it was too loud.
Too loud. Okay.
So
Is this better?
we'll see.
Okay. What other factors does the research indicate are contributors towards algae growth?
There's nutrients, there's water levels, flow rates.
Is that the extent of what you're familiar with?
Yes.
Thank you. If I could have Jason pull up DWR 563, please. No, 563. This is an excerpt out of the recirculated draft EIR, and if we could go to the next page. There's some highlighted text that makes a statement out of the OCAP BIOP. Are you familiar with the OCAP BIOP, Ms. Vandiar?
I can't say specifically that I am.
We have paper copies if counsel or the witnesses would like them. Have you had a chance to read the highlighted portion?
Yes.
Based on your understanding of the highlighted portion, does the OCAP BIOP indicate that reservoir levels might not be a cause of increased water temperatures?
I would just like to insert an objection as to relevance in particularly given the witness's testimony that she's not particularly familiar with the OCAP BIOP, yet is being asked to offer opinions or conclusions related to this one highlighted text.
Witness may answer to the best of her ability.
And this is where I would rely on our consultant, Bonnie Starr, for her expertise on this type of question. A very cursory look at this seems to indicate that this is in the delta and does not offer any information upstream of that. But again, I would refer that to Bonnie Starr.
Okay, thank you very much. Then I don't have any further questions at this time. I'll reserve them for Ms. Starr.
Okay.
So my next line of questioning will be for Ms. Starr, and I intend to cover two large points, which are the basis of her comparisons made in her testimony, and then again discussing algae. Okay. Hello, Ms. Starr.
Hello.
So did you draft what has been marked as Exhibit City SAC-8?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. And did anyone assist you in drafting the testimony City SAC-8?
In drafting it? No, I wrote the document. But I did consult with city staff and consultants in terms of the analysis that I conducted in preparation of writing that testimony.
And do you recall which city staff you consulted with prior to writing your testimony?
Yeah, I do. I worked with Pravani as well as Alyssa Coleman at the City of Sacramento. I'm sorry, I worked with Pravani Vandiyar and Alyssa Coleman at the City of Sacramento, as well as got some information from Jim Pfeiffer and also Brett Ewert and there was one additional operations person, I can't think of their name right now, who assisted with some of the information on the effects related to operations and maintenance due to impacts at the intakes and such.
In order to form your opinions, you only looked at the modeling for the BDCP and the partially recirculated EIR-EIS, correct?
That's all I looked at.
So just to be clear, in forming your opinions, you did not review or rely upon the modeling provided in the proceeding, in this proceeding as of May 2016, correct?
I'm sorry, can you clarify the question? The modeling provided by who?
By the petitioners, the department and U.S. Bureau of Reclamation.
I reviewed the draft EIR, EIS, the BDCP document, as well as the recirculated draft, various sections, I guess it would be the output of the model. I'm not a modeler. I didn't take the model results and do anything with those.
So the modeling that was provided on the FTP site for the exhibits for this?
Yeah, I did not download or manipulate that. I don't have the tools to do that.
Thank you. In your testimony on paragraph 35, and if we want to bring that up.
For clarification, right now on the screen is City SAC-8. Is that the exhibit you wish to be displayed?
Yes, please. So in paragraph 35, the impacts on the American River show higher winter flows based on figure C-19-1, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
And in order to make the conclusion that you have made in paragraph 35, you're comparing the existing conditions with alternative for H4 operations, correct?
Yes, I did.
Jason, if we could bring up DWR 553, please. And we have paper copies as well.
Thank you.
Okay. So looking at the upper right graph, this is the graph that represents alternative for H4.
Yes, for the late long term.
And is it true this graph indicates that all the alternatives, including the no action alternative, overlap one another?
It appears that way in the, if you're speaking about the January through March timeframe.
In the remainder of the year, they're very similar?
They're similar, yes.
Would you say there's no significant change between the alternatives and the no action alternative?
I don't think that I'm qualified to qualify the significance of the model output.
So when you note a difference between alternative for H4 and existing conditions, you're not making an analysis of the modeling output?
Objection misstates the testimony. There's a distinction between the significance or lack thereof in differences versus what Ms. Starr has stated in paragraph 35 of her written testimony, City SAC-8.
Sorry, repeat that objection for me?
Simply stated, it misstates the testimony.
What was your question again, Mr. Mizell?
My question was regarding the witness's claim that she would not be able to describe the difference between the no action alternative and alternative for H4 as being similar when previously she indicated that alternative for H4 and existing conditions are different.
Please answer.
Can you repeat your last question?
Certainly. Would we be able to read that question back?
My question was regarding the witness's claim. Do you want me to read
The question
that?
prior to
Sorry. So when you note the difference between alternative 4H4 and the existing conditions, you're not making an analysis of the modeling output?
I guess you would have to determine what you mean by analysis. I would say looking at the graph and saying that it's below the line or above the line, I don't really look at that as an analysis. That's just a identification. It's higher or lower. I don't mean to interpret the significance of how much higher or lower it is.
Thank you. I'll move on from that. Doesn't this graph and your conclusions actually show that the impacts you're identifying are due to the late long-term climate change?
I'm not sure that, again, the projections that DWR and the modelers made to include climate change are in there, and I'm unable to discern those from the model results because they didn't do any of the alternatives without the climate change. So I can only compare the existing condition to the modeling that you did, including the climate change. So I can't include what the I know there are other factors other than climate change in there. So
And would the other factors that are included in the strike that. Are the other factors that are different between the existing conditions and the alternatives shown in this graph include sea level rise?
I believe sea level rise is one of the climate change conditions.
Is it your understanding that the late long-term climate change assumptions included in the alternatives in this graph are climate change impacts through the year 2060 and include a 45 centimeter sea level rise?
I remember the 45 centimeter sea level rise, and I thought that I know that the early long term is 2025, and I thought the late long term was 35 years longer, so that would make sense for 2060, but I don't have those numbers, perfected.
And is it your understanding that all of the alternatives besides the existing conditions also include 65,000 acres of habitat restoration or conservation?
From my understanding, all the other conservation measures, the CMs from the original BDCP, were included in the modeling, so I don't think that any of those were removed from these results.
Going back to paragraph 35 of your testimony. Are the impacts that you allege only in reference to alternative 4H4?
Given the fact that the petition itself said that alternative 4H4 was the proposed alternative, somewhere 4H3 to H4, I focused my testimony on that. So yes, that's what this is, only regarding to that, as a witness regarding that alternative.
And scrolling to paragraph 36. Isn't it true that similar to paragraph 35, this statement is also only comparing, this paragraph is only making a statement with regard to alternative 4H4?
Yes, again, I only present testimony on 4H4 because at the time I prepared the testimony, that's what we understood the alternative, the preferred alternative to be.
If we could go to paragraph 31, please.
You're not going to ask the same question again, are you, Mr. Mizell?
Well, I do have very, very similar questions for a number of the graphs and comparisons made in this testimony.
Can we just cut to the chase and ask her if she considered all the other alternatives besides 4H4? I think she's already testified that that's what she focused on.
I will try and make this very efficient then.
Thank you.
Let's see if I can phrase it to avoid an objection.
Or the hearing officer's ire.
Yes. So in fact, isn't it true that all of the comparisons that are drawn between existing conditions and all the comparisons drawn in your testimony are between the existing conditions without climate change and a project with climate change. And I'm specifically referring to your use of figures C-2-1, C-2-2, C-3-1, C-3-2. I mean, for the record, I might want to read the entire list, but it would basically be every figure or table referenced in your testimony.
Yes.
Thank you for shortcutting that.
If I might have just a sec to catch up to where I would have otherwise landed. Okay. For a different point, can we bring up paragraph 51, please? In this paragraph, you refer to figure 4.3.1-6. Is that correct?
Yes.
If we could bring up DWR 559, please. And isn't it true that this particular graph refers to the early long term?
Yes, it does.
And the early long term only includes 20,000 acres of habitat?
I'm not familiar with that number.
But as stated on the chart, it only goes to 2025 for climate change assumptions.
That is what the chart says.
I'm going to shift gears here and focus more on the Sacramento River water treatment plant. During the summer months at your Sacramento River water treatment plant, do you know the percentage of flow coming from the American River relative to the flow of the Sacramento River?
I do not operate the Sacramento River water treatment plant. I'm a consultant to the city of Sacramento, so I have some general knowledge that the flows vary depending on the releases from the upstream reservoirs and the flows in the lower American River and the Sacramento River. It is variable.
For the panel more broadly, is there anybody who can familiarize us with the percentage of American River flow versus Sacramento River flow at the Sacramento River water treatment plant?
I can help answer that question. What Bonnie says is true. Literally from day to day, the percentages that are contributed from the American River and the Sacramento River can vary. You can get percentages all the way from 30-odd% up to 90-95% of Sacramento River water contribution or American River water contribution. It does depend on the reservoir operations. So the reflection of which river is contributing at any particular time would have to be measured.
Thank you. Can you tell me how many river miles from Folsom Reservoir there are to the Sacramento River water treatment plant?
Well, I believe the lower American River up to Nimbus is roughly 22 miles. I could be wrong, but that's sort of close. And then there's a few more miles from Nimbus to Folsom. And the Sacramento River water treatment plant is just maybe 1,000 feet downstream of the confluence, so maybe a quarter of a mile beyond that.
So all told, what would you estimate that to be?
25 miles, roughly.
Similar question. Do you know how many river miles there are between Shasta Reservoir and the Sacramento River Water Treatment Plant?
Roughly, probably closer to 200. Not sure though, that's a guess. I know that the city's intake is at Sacramento River Mile, I believe it's 61.5. Is that roughly? And so like the Feather River confluence is roughly 70 river miles, so that's 9 miles right there. So it's probably less than 200 miles, maybe 100 something.
And again, a similar question, approximation of the river miles between Oroville and the Sacramento River Water Treatment Plant.
It would be somewhere in between. Somewhere in between the distance to Folsom and the distance to Shasta.
Somewhere between 200 and 25.
Mm-hmm.
Are you familiar with the distance between Freeport and the Sacramento River Water Treatment Plant?
Yes.
How many miles is that?
That's, I believe Freeport is River Mile 75, so roughly 15 miles. And these are just my best estimations, so I hope I'm answering them well enough.
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate the fact that it's difficult to nail a specific mileage between all of these parts that are so far apart. I'm going to ask you I think a short hypothetical here. Assuming 5% or less changes in flow in the river, isn't it true that the atmospheric temperature is the biggest driver of water temperature, considering the distance from Shasta and Oroville to the Sacramento River Water Treatment Plant?
Objection to the extent it's an incomplete hypothetical and calls for speculation.
She's an expert witness. She may answer to the best of her ability, and if she cannot, then she may state so.
So I'm a little confused as to where you're asking for the temperature. So are you suspecting that's occurring at the Sacramento River Water Treatment Plant? Is that where you're leading this? The temperature change is there? I'm
Yes.
confused with your question.
Yes, this would be, I'll rephrase. Assuming that there is a 5% or less change in river flows, isn't it true that the atmospheric temperature at the Sacramento River Water Treatment Plant, that the water temperature at the Sacramento River Water Treatment Plant is controlled by atmospheric temperatures primarily?
I don't think so. I mean, my opinion would be it's not likely that it controls the temperature. Well, with it being only 25 miles away from Folsom, that temperature does certainly, if the Lower American River is running high, for instance, it would have a very controlling effect, and that water tends to be quite cool. It would depend on the time of year. In the wintertime, it would remain cold, and in the summertime, it would warm up more. But I don't think that it's fair to make a general characterization like that, because I understand atmospheric temperature has the potential to warm the water in the rivers as it comes down, but there's a lot of other factors that would affect that as well. And the cold water pool and the temperature of the released water would certainly affect that.
I'd like to bring back up DWR 563, please. Again, to the second page. This goes to that same highlighted paragraph that we distributed earlier. Isn't it true that the OCAP BIOP states that the state and federal water projects have little, if any, ability to affect the water temperatures in the Delta, as they are largely driven by air temperature, and water temperatures at Freeport can be cooled by up to about 3 degrees centigrade by the high Sacramento River flows, but only by very high river flows that cannot be sustained by the projects.
So I'm not familiar with the biological opinion. I'm not a fisheries biologist, so I can't comment as to the context around this determination. But again, this is focused on the Delta, and the Delta is a shallow water area that is very different than the Sacramento and American rivers as they run. And the Delta water quality is very different than the upstream water quality.
So is it your assertion that Freeport is different than the area where the Sacramento River water treatment plant is?
That is not my assertion, no. It can be. It's, again, the water quality between Freeport and the Sacramento River water treatment plant at times can have great consistency in quality, and at times can have great inconsistency in quality. It's pretty complex.
All right, I'd like to move on. Can we bring up DWR 557, please? We have paper copies we'll be distributing.
Thank you.
So I'd like to focus your attention on the first grouping entitled North Delta, specifically the column listed under Alt 4, SCNH3, as well as the column No Act. Is it your understanding that this table represents average residence times for subregions of the plan area by season and alternative?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And in the North Delta region, is the increase in residence time from the no action to alternative 4H3 the difference between 50 and 57 days?
That is what is shown.
Madam Chair, I'd just like to insert an objection to assist with efficiency as to relevance given the witness's testimony that just took place a moment ago with the Sacramento River and the American River having very different conditions. That makes a comparison to Delta and Delta subregions not really, in my opinion, bearing high relevance.
Mr. Mizell?
Yes, this expert's testified to her understanding of what drives microcystis blooms and the injury that those algae blooms may cause. I'm asking questions that delve into the causal factors for algae blooms, and I believe it's relevant regardless of the geography. The factors are generalized, and I'd like to explore those.
Thank you. I will allow that.
So again, looking at the no action and the Alt4H3 columns for the summer, we're looking at a difference of 1 day.
Yeah, I was looking at the fall, which is a difference of 7 days.
Correct. And in the summer, it's 1 day.
Yes. But again, that's the no action alternative, and I focused my testimony on comparison to existing conditions, which would be a difference of 6 days.
Isn't it true that under the modeling in the recirculated EIR-EIS, that it found that increases in microcystis were not likely relative to the no action alternative?
I didn't, again, look at the comparison to the no action alternative, so that might be in the document, but, and again, that would probably be for the delta, is my assumption, because there was no analysis done upstream of the delta.
Okay, in your review of the draft, in your review of the recirculated EIR-EIS, isn't it true that that document states that microcystis colonies are rarely, if ever, observed at the main stem of the Sacramento River?
What were you referring to?
We can bring up DWR 558. That might help us out.
Are you familiar with this document?
I don't think so. Was this an appendix to the recirculated draft? I don't recognize it.
Yeah, this document is referred to in the recirculated draft EIR-EIS.
So it's a reference. It's not actually an appendix.
I'm tracking down an actual citation. Just give me a sec.
Mr. Mizell, did you have a question with respect to this document?
The question that I left pending was asking for a confirmation that whether or not it's true that microcystis colonies are rarely observed at the main stem of the Sacramento River.
Can you point to where in this document that finding is located?
If we could go to the last page, please, page 36, top paragraph. This would be third sentence. The one that starts with moving west from Antioch.
Ms. Starr, are you familiar with the study cited? Do you have any opinion on this statement?
Well, what I can tell you is I'm not familiar with the study. I did not review it specifically. I don't know the date it was published, and I don't know the data that was fed into it. But by reading the statement, they make a determination of the Sacramento River at Collinsville, which is not at the city of Sacramento's Sacramento River water intake, which is where we have, unfortunately, real positive detections of cyanotoxins in 2016. So whether they didn't find them in Collinsville isn't really relevant to us at this point. What's relevant is that we have found them at our intake.
If I could bring up Ms. Starr's testimony, page 18, looking at the footnotes. Footnote 31. Isn't it true that footnote 31 references the very report we were just looking at on the screen?
Yeah, actually, now that you pointed out, I do have memory of it. The cover looked familiar, but
I would just like to note the witness's memory has been refreshed.
yes.
So noted.
Thank you.
I think of that as the Central Valley Regional Board product. I didn't recognize the SWRCB logo that was on the front of it.
I can appreciate that. I get confused with scientific report names all the time. If we could go back to DWR 558. So in that top paragraph, third sentence, or last sentence of the top paragraph, where it talks about the decline to almost zero by Collinsville. Do you see that sentence?
Yes.
Isn't it true that Collinsville is downstream of Freeport?
Yes, it's downstream of Freeport.
And therefore it'd also be downstream of the treatment plant?
Yes. Again, this doesn't appear to present any information at or near our intake, though. And it was dated August 2015, so my assumption is that the data supporting it is maybe at latest 2014.
I appreciate the explanation. Is it true, however, that this statement indicates a trend is to a declining population of microcystis as you travel upstream?
Objection, misstates the testimony.
The witness may clarify that.
So again, I can't look at this. You've only provided me 2 pages of the document to review right now, and I can't remember it all. And so it's hard to look at this paragraph and understand, but they've presented this as though the information they collected in the delta, at the edge of where the delta occurrence at the time period that they were interested in, it does end at Collinsville. I don't know if they collected any further samples upstream or, again, when they had collected them, because if they collected them in the winter months, it'd be highly unlikely to be present.
Very good. I'll move on. What impact upon American River turbidity do the Folsom Dam operations have?
It's a pretty favorable impact, in fact, because Folsom Dam is basically a large pre-sedimentation basin, and it holds, almost 1 million acre-feet of water, and historically it's been operated to hold that water through the spring months and provide detention. And so the lower American River has very clear water with a low turbidity throughout the probably summer and well into the fall.
I'm going to attempt to, again, follow the board's instructions to be efficient, but humor me, it may be a more general question than I would otherwise ask, just trying to be inclusive here. In your review of data for the early long term, you again have stated previously that you compared the existing conditions to alternative 4H4, is that correct?
I think like in the residence time, you actually didn't present information for alternative 4H4. You only presented it for 4H3, so I used that when that was available. But if 4H4 was available, I would use that information.
Okay, I'm referring specifically to the information reviewed for your testimony today. So the graphs that we previously went over.
Do you mean regarding storage volume and river flows?
Okay. I'll try to be more specific. Can we bring up paragraph 51 of Ms. Starr's testimony? Based upon figure 4.3.1-6, you allege that Shasta Reservoir storage volumes are less than existing conditions, correct?
Yes.
And this figure would be based upon a comparison with the early long-term climate change scenario, correct?
Figure 4.3.1-6 is the early long-term, yes.
And isn't it true that all alternatives based on the early long-term in this graph include 20,000 acres of habitat?
Again, you've asked that question. I can't answer that.
You are aware that the early long-term scenarios do include some habitat, however, correct?
My understanding of the recirculated draft was that the conditions did change with regard to how the conservation measures would be included from a permitting aspect, and that some amount of those were included in the modeling, but I didn't evaluate the details of what additional conservation measures would, or there was a change in name of them. They weren't called conservation measures anymore. Did the modeling actually change to reflect that? Because I didn't evaluate that.
No, I think we have your answer, so I won't belabor the point any further.
Thank you.
Isn't it true that the California WaterFix will not change upstream reservoir criteria for any upstream reservoirs?
My review...
Objection. We've been through this at great length as to what operational criteria are.
Where are you going with this, Mr. Mizell?
I would like to know if the witness is familiar with what Mr. Becerra referenced, which is, I think, a lot of testimony that's been put on the record that upstream operational criteria are not changing between the existing conditions, the no action alternative, and the proposed projects.
And I'll repeat the objection. It misstates the evidence. There's a distinction between the regulatory rules that apply to upstream storage and the actual operations that may be applied above and beyond the regulatory rules.
Ms. Starr, what is the extent of your knowledge with respect to petitioners' proposed operation of the upstream reservoirs?
I would say that it's unclear to me from review of the documents because they provide such a broad range of alternatives for operational of alternative 4A. It was never entirely clear to me what terms and limits were associated with those operations, so I don't think I have a good understanding of what their final operation will be. So I had to use their identification of operational scenario H3 to H4, which I think has been subsequently broadened a little bit. But yeah, I had to make those assumptions moving into my evaluation.
I'll accept that answer and move on.
Yep.
Moving to paragraph 53 of your testimony. In paragraph 53, you state that reverse flow and tidal effects will be amplified compared to both existing conditions and the no action alternative, correct?
That is what it states.
And the basis of your statement is a citation in the recirculated draft EIR-EIS about the average annual delta outflow, correct?
Yes.
Isn't it true that the most relevant factor regarding reverse flows at the treatment plant would be Sacramento River flow?
I'm not sure it's that simple. I'm not a hydrologist. It's not my expertise. I have been involved with some as part of work on another project. I have some general knowledge about reverse flows in the Sacramento River, and I know that there's quite a few factors at play, that it's not just one thing or the other.
So to be clear, is it your testimony here today that you do not know if flows would be the most relevant factor?
I know they are a factor. I don't know if they are the most relevant factor. That probably varies with time.
Are paragraphs 57 through 69 of your testimony summaries based on the citations previously provided in your testimony?
Sorry, did you ask me a question?
Yes. I'll restate it. Are paragraphs 57 through 69 of your testimony summaries based on the citations previously provided in your testimony?
Yes.
If I may just have a moment to confer with co-counsel.
Everyone stand up and stretch. And as we're waiting, let me ask, who else has cross-examination for this panel? Okay, Mr. Herrick and Ms. Ackroyd and Ms. Morris. Well, depending on how long the department takes, we may have to get back to you tomorrow. Given the level of restlessness up here, I think we might have to break sooner than 6 o'clock, but we'll see. How much additional cross-examination do you have?
Just a very brief follow-up point.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe not. Ms. Morris, how much cross-examination do you anticipate?
About 10 minutes.
Okay. Ms. Not Ackroyd. Ackroyd? I keep mispronouncing your name.
Just 5 minutes, thanks.
Mr. Herrick, pressure is on you now.
It's just the World Series, John.
If it's possible to get done with this panel and dismiss them by 6 o'clock, then that would be my preference. All right, I think that is doable, so let's shoot for that. Everyone sit back down.
Okay,
You may
so
resume.
thank you. These questions are going to refer to City of Sac 27, City of Sac 28, and maybe just for efficiency purposes, I believe they were combined in one of the PowerPoint
Exhibit 10.
slides. Do you recall which?
It's Exhibit 10, City Sac 10.
City Sac 10. Okay. Ms. Starr, did you prepare the temperature plots represented on this slide?
I did.
And what's the basis of the information within those temperature plots?
Yeah, sure. The temperature data was provided, it's daily average temperature at the 2 water treatment plants provided by the City of Sacramento. And the reservoir flow, the storage information there is from CDEC website. And the percent calculations on the Sacramento River were simple calculations using the storage volumes located on the bottom of the chart that were provided on the CDEC website.
So is it fair to say that these charts are simply plots of the data collected from the City of Sacramento or found on CDEC for temperature and reservoir levels?
Yes.
So to be clear, there was no analysis or computations performed on the data represented in these charts?
There's not.
And lastly, these plots are the basis upon which you make your conclusions regarding the correlation between temperatures and reservoir levels.
No, in fact, they're not the basis of it. In my testimony, I provide reference to other sources of information that document the effect of reservoirs and storage on water temperature, and the California WaterFix documents themselves actually present information on the effects of reservoir storage on temperature. This was just my simple interpretation or method of determining, did we see these impacts at our facilities more specifically? So I wanted to use real data at our treatment plants, supplemented with real data up from the reservoirs upstream of us to say, hey, we know this general knowledge. Did this happen? Did we see evidence of when storage volume went down, temperatures went up? And we certainly saw that, just in terms of a visual presentation.
But to be clear, the other information you just referenced is not specific to the water treatment plant locations.
Do you mean the general information that I referenced in my testimony, like from USGS? That's general knowledge information. And then the California WaterFix, actually, you do provide information, and I think it's appendix, let me look, just one second. I think it's the draft EIR-EIS appendices 11D and 29C provide temperature information relative specific to these actual water bodies. So again, this is just supplemental.
Correct. Thank you very much. I think I've concluded my questioning.
Does that conclude the department's cross-examination of this panel?
Yes, thank you very much.
All right. Does the Department of Interior, Ms. Offenberg, do you have cross-examination? Ms. Morris, you're up. The only problem is with the witnesses will have to turn around to see you.
Well, I just have questions for Mr. Weaver.
Okay,
You can see
so
me
only
catty
Mr. Weaver need to turn around.
We're all Stephanie Morris, State Water Contractors, so I learned something new today, and you're going to watch me learn it. If Mr. Oceandesco could pull up the State Board website with WaterFix and go to the FTP site for me. So while he's doing that, Mr. Weaver, question for you. Earlier, when Mr. Berliner was questioning you, he asked you about 1932 and whether it was a dry year versus a below normal year. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you testified that you didn't use the historic data, which showed on the printout that that was a dry year, correct?
That's correct.
But rather you used in the modeling data, which included climate change, you used the water year type in the modeling data. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And your testimony is that that was a below normal year.
That is my testimony.
To be clear, 1932 was a below normal year.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Are we there? So if you can go into the calcium and DSM-2 modeling, and then no action alternative with FOLX2 calcium, perfect. This won't take long, I promise. And then open that folder. No action alternative. Yes. And then I want to go to the table that says CONV. Is this, by the way, Mr. Weaver, what I'm doing right now, is this how you access the modeling data to do your analysis?
That's my recollection, yes.
Okay, great. And then if I could look at the run folder. I have no interest in modeling after trying to find these things. And then in the folder lookup table, okay, scroll towards the bottom. And the table that I'm looking for is the water year types. It's almost nearly towards the bottom. Yes. And you'll have to open Notebook to open it, of course. Notepad or something like that. Yep, and then just open the window bigger. Yeah, it's going to do this. So if I can just, for the record, I pulled this up, and if you pull up on, this is how I access the information, and if you pull up on the flash drive I gave you, SWC_1, it will be a nicer version. Because this is obnoxious to read. It's like it's yelling at you.
So, Ms. Morris, the punchline is?
I'm getting there. Okay, and then scroll down to 1932 under SAC index, Mr. Weaver. Isn't it true that in the modeling that was used, 1932, where it says 5, is actually a critical year?
Could you scroll back up to the top so I could see the title of this table? I'm not sure this is the same, I mean, it's very possible this is a BDCP run. This isn't the same one I was looking at, but it's
Well,
possible.
if I went into the folder and retrieved this and PDF'd it right now, as I just walked you through, would you agree that this is the same modeling that you were using?
I'm going to object to this. We don't know exactly what these are. We're depending on Ms. Morris's representations of what she pulled out of modeling files.
Okay,
So the
Mr.
question's
Oshendesco,
vague
can
and
you please
vague.
go back?
Let's go to the ugly file.
Thank you.
Well, it is ugly.
And then if you could scroll down in the ugly file, as we've now named it, to the year 1932. See, it's just, without stretching it out, you can see that the first number on 1932 is a 5. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so isn't that in fact a critical year?
I believe so.
So isn't it true that your analysis for this proceeding is based on a analysis of a critical year followed by another critical year rather than a below normal year followed by a critical year?
I would have to go back and review the analysis I did.
But you already testified that the analysis is based on the modeling information that you downloaded from this website, which we have just walked through, have you not?
That is correct. I don't recall the basis for my conclusion.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. Ms. Aykroyd.
Rebecca Aykroyd for San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority. I have just a few brief questions for Mr. Weaver. If we can first pull up ARWA-100, page 2. And looking at paragraph 5B. Thank you. Paragraph 5B, in paragraph 5B, Mr. Weaver, you state that the California WaterFix modeling does not appropriately indicate how reclamation would operate Folsom Reservoir with the WaterFix in the spring of a critically dry water year like 1933 because the modeling contains an unrealistic step function that triggers inappropriate reductions in lower American River stream flows as a result of projected future low Folsom Reservoir storage, correct?
Yes.
Before we unpack that a little, can you please explain what you mean here by the phrase step function?
Sure. That, as I indicated a couple hours ago, when the model forecasts a storage anytime within the next 12 months below 200,000 acre feet, it allows the MRR, actually it sets the MRR, the minimum release requirement, to whatever the minimum allowable is under decision 893. So rather than having some sort of mitigated or moderated MRR, it sets the MRR all the way at the absolute lowest possible.
Thank you. And the step function that you described, is that the same step function in calcium 2 that produced the modeled releases in your PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Did you help to write that code?
I did.
Thank you. Now, I understand that step functions can be a source of anomalies in model results because relatively minor changes in conditions can produce meaningful differences in operations and response, correct?
That is correct.
Objection. Mr. Weaver has no personal knowledge as to Mr. Aykroyd's personal understanding of how modeling takes place.
Well, actually, he's answered it already, so let's move on.
Would you agree that looking at long-term averages for water year types, rather than focusing on a single month or year of a simulation, helps smooth out anomalies in model results from step functions?
I don't believe looking at long-term averages is an appropriate way to evaluate the effects of a project.
That didn't answer my question, if I could.
Could you please restate your question?
Sure. Would you agree that looking at long-term averages for water year types, rather than focusing on a single month or year of a simulation, helps smooth out anomalies in model results from step functions?
Assuming that the modeling is generally realistic, yes.
But you did not present the long-term average results in your presentation, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you. Mr. Herrick. Let me check to make sure. Does anyone else have cross-examination? All right, Mr. Herrick.
Thank you, Madam Chairs. Board members, John Herrick for the South Delta Water Agency. I have a couple of questions for Mr. Weaver dealing with the modeling assumptions and reliability, and then just a very few questions for Ms. Meal and Ms. Starr. Mr. Weaver, there seems to be some confusion, I think, about what is presented, or has been presented, with regard to reservoir operations. Is there a difference between the criteria for reservoir operations and actual operations in certain circumstances?
Yes, there is.
And is it correct to say that one could operate a reservoir in compliance with the criteria, but that you would have different storage left over depending on water year types or other actions.
Yes, that's correct.
So you could actually operate something under different scenarios in this proposed project and come up with different results. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the key issue in front of the board is whether or not the results are different, not whether or not the operations criteria are different.
We are only evaluating, in this case, the results.
Now, I think, and I want to, this may not be correct, but I want to represent to you that I think we heard earlier in this hearing that the projects under this, DWR and the Bureau would not, under this project, operate their reservoirs in a different manner. Do you recall them saying that?
Different manner from what?
From how they operate them now.
My understanding of the modeling is that they assumed that the modeling would occur as it has historically.
Okay. So they're going to, is it correct to say they're going to operate under the original criteria, but that depending upon the circumstances, the modeling does show different operations of the reservoirs?
I'm going to object. Mr. Weaver's analysis was based on a review of discrete modeling files and was not based on his review of testimony by other witnesses.
Mr. Weaver, are you able to answer the question?
I haven't reviewed other testimony, so I can't.
Okay, I'll end with the question. I just wanted to confirm: is it your testimony that the analyses done in support of the petition do include different operations of reservoirs, different than currently occur now?
The simulation of the American River and Folsom Reservoir in the Lower American River, that modeling is consistent with other modeling that's been done for the existing conditions. I don't believe that there's any difference in the American River operations under this proposed project.
Mr. Weaver, there were numerous questions presented to you dealing with, let me start over. Do you have an opinion on as to whether or not models used for comparative purposes can or should be used for predicting impacts to other legal users?
I think with close review, yes, I do have an opinion. With close review and consideration of the elements that went into that modeling, then meaningful results can be extracted.
Do you have any experience with models predicting reservoir levels being different than actually happened?
Yes.
And so if the modeling here is estimating a reservoir level, do you have any opinion as to the reliability of that actual number for the storage?
I think that the modeling that's, again, focusing on the American River and Folsom Reservoir, I think that the modeling makes it difficult to ascertain exactly what the effects might be because of modeling unrealistic modeling of certain elements.
And so forgetting dead pool issues here, the models that we're using may actually predict something above dead pool incorrectly. Is that not right?
That's correct.
And if it was over predicting it, then there might be adverse impacts to people who rely on that reservoir storage. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do we have any way, has DWR, the Bureau, to your knowledge, presented anything that indicates the reliability of that modeling?
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you. Let me turn to Mr. Meal. I'm not saying that wrong, am I? Sorry. Meal. See? In your testimony, you reference Mr. Parviz Nader Tehrani's description of changes in water stage or water level. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And Mr. Tehrani puts a number of 1.2 feet during high flows as the, and correct me if I'm wrong, as the maximum change in water elevation?
Yeah, I believe so.
Now, I apologize for quizzing you on his testimony, but do you know whether that 1.2 is some absolute number or an average over a time period, or do you know?
I do not know.
Okay, but whatever it was, his testimony did not then calculate how that change in water level might affect groundwater supplies, did he?
That's correct.
And
He did not do that.
And Mr. Munavar's testimony similarly, although touched upon the topic, based on the CalSim model's treatment of accretions and losses, it also did not calculate the effects on the groundwater. Is that correct?
Yeah, those results weren't presented.
Okay. In your opinion, is it necessary to quantify the effects on the groundwater basin before we can determine whether there are adverse effects from the California WaterFix on users of that groundwater basin?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Would you agree that it's necessary to somehow calculate the effects on the groundwater basin in order for us to determine whether or not there are adverse effects on users of that basin?
Yeah, I mean, in this case, yes.
And of course, Mr. Mail, the whatever entity is eventually charged with the responsibility of implementing the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act will have to take these sort of issues into consideration, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And so if the California WaterFix has an adverse effect on the basin you were talking about, then that will somehow have to be addressed by the whatever Sigma group, Sigma being, sorry, the SGMA group is in charge or responsible for that area, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Thank you. Just a couple more, I'm sorry for keeping everybody late. Ms. Starr, if I may ask you a couple questions. If a reservoir is at a lower level, excuse me, if a reservoir level drops, does that reservoir then absorb heat at a different rate than it would have when it was higher?
Yes.
Is that one of the factors you take into consideration when you analyze whether or not a lower reservoir might affect the growth of algal blooms?
Yeah, that's presented in my written testimony.
And the residence time of the flow down the river is also one of the factors you stated, is that correct?
Yeah, residence time or the velocity of the river, you know, basically you're looking toward more calmer conditions.
And that residence time, as it increases, what may also allow increases in temperature that would not have occurred if it was flowing faster?
Probably, yes.
And is the residence time, does it also have an effect on the accumulation or the ability of the algal bloom to occur or to increase in size?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified that you have in fact detected, I think it was microcystis or microcystin at both of the Sacramento intakes or treatment plants, or was it just the Folsom River one?
Antitoxin was at both, and the microcystin was at the Fairburn water treatment plant.
And so whether or not the existence of those toxins is rare, you have a conclusion with regard to whether or not the California WaterFix will affect that rareness. Is that correct?
We're concerned that the project operations result in this more frequently happening or becoming a larger scenario.
If I could see, this would be easier. Oh, I just wanted to ask Mr. Weaver a couple more. Sorry. Mr. Weaver, you testified as to the off-ramp regarding operations of Folsom under the, was it a biological opinion? Is that correct?
It is contained in a biological opinion.
And the point you were making was that those operational criteria were not used in the modeling presented for the WaterFix. Is that correct?
No, that's incorrect. The off-ramp was included in the modeling.
Okay. But you had an issue with how fast drawdown would occur. Is that correct?
My concern with the off-ramp was that it switched to, it applied a much lower minimum release requirement than is realistic.
I misunderstood that. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Herrick. Mr. Ferguson, any redirect for your witnesses?
No.
Mr. Miliband, any redirect for your witnesses?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Becerra, I'm going to offer you an option to return in the morning to do any redirect of Mr. Weaver, especially in response to Ms. Morris' cross-examination. Would you like to take me up on that offer?
Yes, I would love to take you up on the offer to come back tomorrow morning.
In that case, then the rest of the other witnesses on this panel are dismissed, and we will see Mr. Weaver back here in the morning.
Thank you.
Thank you all. We'll see you back here at 9 o'clock. Nice try.